Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Councillor. Good morning, Commander of the Belgian crew. Good morning, the Councillor, Belgian Councillor. Good morning, Coordinator. Good morning, staff of the BCC. Good morning, the press. I'm here today to welcome this crew from Belgium through Ostend. The Security Council is very happy to welcome you here in the Gambia to make sure we do everything possible for you here in the Gambia in your short stay. But definitely we want you to stay longer, but due to your schedules, because of the link, Banjul and Ostend is a long time link since 2003, and we are seeing a lot of benefits every day. This is one of it. Today we are here to have these Navy people and a lot of goods from your hospitality to give it to our sick people in the hospitals here. It's not only benefiting Banjul City Council or Banjul as a whole, but the whole nation, because we are expecting a lot of materials from this your crew today. We'll be receiving it from the press conference here. I'm just here deputizing the Lord Mayor of Banjul as a deputy to say a big thank you to you here on behalf of her and my humble self, because we are always seeing new things from Belgium and Ostend for that matter. So we are glad to welcome you here. I don't want to keep you long because we stayed a very long time now here waiting for people to come. But anyway, we are saying welcome in the Gambia here, and we want you to, when you go back, as soon you go back, you prepare again to come back in the city here, Banjul. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome. But I can assure you that it's my pleasure to be here again. For me, it's the second time that I'm in Banjul. The ship has been here already 5 or 6 times, I believe. But for me, it's a big pleasure to be here again. It's quite warm, but in Belgium it's raining at the moment, so I prefer the sunshine above the rain, so we are not complaining. And indeed, we also would have loved to stay a little bit longer, but as you already mentioned, we've got a tight schedule and we can only stay 3 days. 3 days which will be used as much as possible to discover a little bit your country by the crew members, but also to do our job here in Banjul, to deliver the humanitarian aid, to tighten the relationships with Banjul from the Belgium side and from Ostend as well. I'm very honored also to be here again with our honorary consul. A year ago we sat here also at this table for a press conference. I'm really honored that I'm here again, and today also with our consul from Belgium. This mission is the 5th maritime capacity building mission for the Godesia. This mission started the 7th of October and will last until the 15th of December. So that means that we're gone for 10 weeks, and Banjul is our 3rd stop. So we're still in the beginning of the mission, but it's one of the best places we go to, because the crew loves it really. This mission, 10 weeks, is built on 4 pillars. The 4 pillars are solidarity, training, protection, and defense diplomacy. During this 10 weeks, we'll try to fill each of these pillars to the maximum. For Belgium, solidarity is very important, not only from a military point of view, but also from a humanitarian point of view. From the military point of view, we try to show our solidarity to be a loyal partner in different international organizations like the European Union, NATO, United Nations. But also we try to build different bilateral cooperation projects with different countries, like there are different African countries, partner countries we call them. We have a lot of programs, cooperation programs with them. By these programs and by being a loyal partner in these international organizations, we will try to increase the local security of the areas we go to, the areas we will be deployed. And so, by doing so, we also try to increase the European security, because we strongly believe that by increasing the local security in different parts of the world, we also increase the European security. Like I said, protection is also one of the pillars of this mission. And the first mission we've done and we're still doing is a cooperation with the Maritime Analysis and Operations Center Narcotics in Lisbon. We try to detect, to monitor and to report suspicious vessels who are supposed to be engaged in trafficking of illegal drugs, narcotics, coming from South America to Africa. Furthermore, we cooperated with the Cape Verdean Coast Guard. We did it last week in the fight against illegal activities in their waters. We trained them, but also we cooperated with them to fight against illegal fishing, drug trafficking, in order to increase the safety in the territorial waters of Cape Verdean Islands. This is also very important for the local fishermen, local economies, like you struggling with the same problems with illegal fishing. Furthermore, we try to train teams from different African countries or partner nations. Furthermore, in a few weeks we will embark some students from Benin, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Togo. They will come here on board for a period of 10 days to do some training with us at sea. By doing so, we'll try to increase their capacities, their capabilities in assuring the security in their own territorial waters. But after Banjul, we will participate in the exercise Grand African Nemo 19. Very big exercise, and I'm sure you've heard about it. It will take place between the Cape Verdean Islands and the Gulf of Guinea, the southern part of the Gulf of Guinea. And the main purpose of the exercise is to increase the cooperation between the different countries, to increase the surveillance capabilities of those countries, and to increase the intervention capacities of those countries. We will do that by participating in exercises from different exercises with different navies and coast guards from different countries, as there are Guinea, Liberia and the Côte d'Ivoire. They will exercise with us during this period. Furthermore, we will try to show our solidarity by bringing humanitarian goods to different countries. This time it's not only for the Gambia, but also for Benin, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Senegal. But of course, the Gambia is one very important part of this mission, because the city of Ostend is always very active in collecting humanitarian goods for different projects, small projects organized by the City Council of Banjul, but also organized by other people from Belgium or local people for small local projects. And the last part is the defense diplomacy part, and that's what we're doing this evening. We will try to work with our ambassadors and consuls all over the world to intensify the relationship with the different countries by offering our platform and by hosting receptions for local authorities, military, civilians, but also for Belgium living in those countries, to gather them together on board. But we believe that that's a very important aspect of diplomacy as well. And as I said already before, it's always a joy to come to Banjul, because we are always welcomed and received by open arms by the city of Banjul, but also by other people here. The special link with Ostend has already been mentioned a few times. For both cities, I think it's very important that there is a respectful link, respectful cooperation, and this time the city of Ostend collected about 5 tons of material for different projects, as there are music instruments for the city of Banjul for a project to set up a school for musicians in Crab Island, I've heard. We collected, City of Hostel by ma'am over there. She collected a lot of glasses and for Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, a project to help people, to help children here. We collected garden equipment as well for the City of Banjul, also for a project in Crab Island. And City of Ostend donated also a lot of salt for some ice plants, for ice plant Banjul Ostend City Link, to help local fishermen when they bring the fish ashore, to create ice to keep the fish fresh. We are very happy that we can assist in the exercise Grand African Nemo, because that's very important for us, because we truly believe that it's important that the countries in this part of the world, in the Gulf of Guinea, or who are really confronted with a lot of illegal activities, there's a lot of piracy, a lot of illegal fishing, a lot of robbery near the coasts. There's a lot of problems they are confronted with. We strongly believe that it's important to work together to build their capacities so that they will be able in a few years to protect their borders themselves. Because they actually lose, all those countries lose a lot of money due to those illegal activities. But we are also very happy that we can assist and support the projects of the City of Ostend, and to show not only but also the solidarity of the City of Ostend, which is also our godfather city today, and the next days we're here in the City of Banjul. Thank you very much, and now I'll pass the word to our Honorary Consul, Mr. Pierre Sarr.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I think it's after 12. I say good afternoon, everybody. Commandant, I don't say this time welcome, because you are becoming more or less a citizen of Gambia. So we say come back again. Yeah. Deputy Mayor, members of the press fraternity, officers of the Godesia, I would like to, first of all, on behalf of the embassy and the ambassador for the Kingdom of Belgium in Dakar, announce the coming of the consul, who is ably representing the ambassador and the embassy here in the Gambia for the arrival of the Godesia. So we give a round of applause to her. We've all had the diverse activities and achievements and programs that the Godesia will be carrying out whilst they are in the Gambia and out in the sea, and also with other countries. I look forward to, and I hope that as usual and as before, the people of this country will make use of these possibilities, harness the most out of them, and there is also no doubt that the friendly ties that exist between the City of Banjul and Ostend will continue to flourish. Our friendship, as we are known for, we say the smiling coast of West Africa, I'm guaranteed that it will be shown, we'll continue to show them what we are, what Gambians are, the friendliness we have, and the openness. And we hope that we will make use of the opportunities, and on behalf of the beneficiaries, be it in the education sector, health sector, military sector, and every sector in the Gambia would benefit from this, and to say thank you on behalf of everybody. Once again, I thank you all for coming.
Very grateful for the opportunity to come on board. My name is Yusuf Taylor for Gynaco Online Newspaper. Your assistance is something that I'm sure Gambians will say we definitely need. You made mention about illegal activities and fishing, and just not too long ago we were learning about the Sea Shepherd, which is one of those ships that has caught the working with the Gambian Navy to make sure that they catch the illegal fishing activities abroad. Is this something that you would be helping to strengthen? I was interviewing some of the Navy, and they said that they're really looking forward to new ships, if possible, new technology, so that they can do some of those things.
Well, one of our missions for the next week during the exercise Grand African Nemo, in fact, when we leave Banjul, we will simulate a fishing vessel, and we will transit different waters from different countries, and we will be there as an illegal fishing vessel. So indeed, and so that's one of the things they will go to do with us from the 3 different countries. They will try to track us, to discover us, and then to board us, to control us, and then we will have to simulate different exercises as well. There will be violence. At a certain moment, we will be a fishing vessel which will be transporting illegal drugs as well, to train all the coast guards and navies from these countries to react against all those activities. So we're not going to look for illegal fishermen during this period. This was one of our tasks when we were in Cape Verdean Islands, but right now it's more train the different countries during Grand African Nemo, but also afterwards when we embark students, Navy men from Benin, from Togo and from Congo. They will come on board to train so that we can show them what are our procedures, how will we work, if you have to do a boarding, things like that. But indeed, when we leave Gambia, we will be an illegal fishing vessel with a Venezuelan flag, and we'll sail through the African waters, and the different countries will train with us. They come on board, they will board us, and some crew members will simulate fishing men. Then there will be incidents with weapons, will be fire on board, we will hide drugs on board, things like that. Not real drugs, of course, but we'll simulate that we will have drugs on board. Indeed, we try to train the different navies and coast guards in that manner. Because not so long ago, one of the countries caught an illegal Chinese fisherman in the Gulf of Guinea, and I think it was the first time it got a fine of $1 million because she was doing illegal fishing, and it was stated that since most of the time they're not controlled at all, there's a lot of money that's lost for the different countries. They assess that there are billions of dollars that's going lost every year because there are a lot of illegal activities for the different countries in the Gulf of Guinea, and that's one of the reasons why we are here.
I just need some clarity in regards to the material, the equipments, based on the humanitarian services. You've made mention of 5 tons of materials, including the medical equipment. Specifically, I want to know what are those specific medical equipment? Are they equipment for laboratory, or are they medicines, drugs?
No, more equipment. There are a lot of glasses for the hospital, especially. There are some small medical equipment, but not medicines, and then that we don't have for the moment now. Maybe you can.
Sorry, I think here I can step in. Okay, now those things that you're asking about these glasses, it is all for optical.
Yeah.
Okay, now optical materials. Yeah. It is meant for the eye clinic at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital.
Yeah.
Okay, now tanks.
We want to
Yeah.
so that
Yeah, we can always start it again. Lift it from. By then is the coordinator. You can introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now for that question. Okay, now my name is Usman Job. I am the coordinator of the Banjul Austin City Link. Okay, now because between Banjul and Austin there is a cordial relationship which has started long ago, almost more than 15 years ago. And this relationship is based on mutual understanding, respect, and reciprocity. So in fact, in that note, not only now the city of Ostend has brought in some materials to be used, but also there are also individuals and some organizations based in Ostend who are also interested in now in the upliftment of our people here, especially in Banjul. Now there are optic materials like glasses, which are meant for the Edward Francis Small teaching hospital, but their eye clinic, their eye unit, of which thanks to Mike de Broika, the lady sitting on my side, now through an organization of which she is the founder of that organization called Rainbow Education. Now she has been doing it now for the eye clinic at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, and then there is a lot of renovation that she has done at the eye clinic of the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. So, and this time also she has also brought in glasses for the now for the workshop. She wanted to upgrade the workshop at the eye clinic there. And that is why she is here, to make sure that now things are done, and then they refurbish the eye clinic now there. So that is why we have some medical items, but it is mainly for optical reason, purpose.
This morning, Sunday morning at 10 o'clock, and we'll stay for 3 days, and we'll leave Wednesday morning. And Wednesday morning we start the exercise here in African Nemo, and it will last 6 days. It will be at sea for the training of different Coast Guards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you intend to come back to the Gambia?
I hope I can come back, but I think there will be certainly in the future again a Belgian ship that will come back. I'm not sure if it will be the Rhodesia, because the plan is that the Rhodesia will be taken out of service in 2021, second half of 2021. But there will be certainly another ship who will take the place of the Rhodesia, because maritime capacity building is very important for Belgium as well, because we've got a lot of bilateral cooperation projects going on, and like I already said, for Belgium it's very important to keep them going and to show our solidarity by cooperating with the African partner nations. Africa is still a very focused part of the world for the Belgian Defense Organization, so it's very important for us, yes.
All right. I'll first of all say thank you for the kind history. Is there anything, like, what are the expectations of you from the beneficiary in the Gambia towards the materials that are will give them to us? And if, like, possible, if you could elaborate more on the objectives of this mission as well.
Elaborate more on the
What are the benefits?
What I'm saying is, like,
Expectations.
expectations.
Yeah,
Yes.
from you.
I joined two questions in one. The expectations.
Do we have?
Yes, that's, you know, you have towards the beneficiary, I mean the Gambia, understand? And then the objectives as well of this British mission.
The most important reason we're here is, of course, our link with the city of Ostend. Because for the moment there is not yet a cooperation with the Gambian Navy in the field of maritime security. I hope really, that's my personal point of view, that in the future we can work together in that field as well. But our main purpose, that we, every time we come to this part of the world, to Africa, to West Africa, that we stop in Banjul in the Gambia, is due to the fact that that Ostend is our godfather city, and that Ostend has a link since 2003 as well with Banjul. So for us, we don't have really expectations, but we hope that in the future maybe we can cooperate with the Gambian Navy as well in this domain.
Yes, I am Usman Job, the City Link coordinator of the Banjul Osten City Link.
What role do you play in this project?
Yeah, I am the coordinator, as I have mentioned. I coordinate all the activities and projects of the Banjul Osten City Link.
How did the project came about?
Yeah, in fact, it was through dialogue between the city of Osten and the city of Banjul, negotiations, discussions. So we talk a lot, and then plans, and we did a lot of consultation as well. That is why, and we agreed. Now Banjul and Osten agreed to come up with such a project.
How will this project benefit the Gambian people?
Yeah, it is good one because the project is, we will engage the youths, especially those who are interested in music. You know, especially the Gambians really love music. But how many of these musicians now can play an instrument? So we wanted to now establish a music academy now whereby now young people will have the opportunity to be introduced to now musical instruments of which they can play.
Are there any materials that they have donated?
Yes, we have just received now musical materials now from our sister city now in Osten.
Any health materials?
Any?
Health materials?
Yeah, we have got health material, but it is meant for the eye clinic at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Gambia ndele badi bunkali alo nyami nyakili ngo nyama dunumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talents TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo nyulle nata kantole kidimandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kali se wondi nyulle nata kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi oto wala tinna ngoebe Facebook le wala tinna ngoebe
piqued your interest. Presented their various institutions in academia and also debates and drama and competition. And they represented the best of what any female student could remember. The poetry, I could remember empowering sight to see, and all these women had platforms on different issues about early teenage pregnancy, about HIV and AIDS, about FGM, about going back to the farm, and so they were topics that were of interest to national development, and that was also a driving force. But most importantly is the concept was, at least how I saw it, was, oh, you're great and you're good and you're the best of what we can take from your institutions to say, and we give you a platform and you tell us what you want to do, and then we further your education, we further whatever it is that you want to do. So that was the driving force, yeah.
So essentially you saw it as an opportunity to further your interest as well as education.
Yes.
Did you know any of the people who had participated in any of the pageants, any of the previous contestants?
I know about a few up close, but my sister at the time, who's way older than me, there's a huge age gap. Most of her friends from either Newsred at the time or either from the organizations that she was in, whether it was NAPSA and all of that, I saw them there, and I did sometimes used to see them come visit my sister at home, so I was familiar with their faces. And about 4 to 5 of them that I've seen. The rest, not so much. I lived in Brikama, and I hardly come to the combos. But they really represented whatever institution they were coming from, and they were really portrayed as the face of that institution or school or tertiary, yeah.
Do you hear anything about what happened to any of the contestants in terms of
face-to-face or word of mouth? It was right in the advertisements that were on TRRC, whether the Minister of Education at the time, and there have been people that get to go and study up to PhD level, and all of that is taken care of. You choose whatever school you want to go to. And these people, some of them have even come back to the country to serve in various positions. And I think whatever else I heard from people was just a reiteration of what the advertisements were showing. So, but it wasn't anyone that I know of that participated that ever engaged me as to what they got or what their benefits were.
Do you eventually participate in this 22nd July pageant?
Yes, I did. Between the November and December, but I would say November of 2014.
Can you tell us what led to your participation? Like well, you've told us what motivated you to have interest in the pageant,
right?
But what actually led to your to the process of you putting yourself forward as a contestant?
Right. So, to put it in context here, when I finished high school, more of an English written and literature kind of a student. I've always been very bad at maths, still very bad at maths. So I did not get the credit score on maths to go to the university. So in between, my going to college was a hassle. My mom and my dad had to sit me down for days because I thought I don't want to go to Gambia College. I want to go to a university, or I would rather sit home. And she just kind of pointed out, oh, it's just for the meantime. Instead of sitting home, just go, and at least there's something you're doing, and then you can sit for the private exams for maths, which I still told her that I will still not pass, but again, perspective. And so when I was going to Gambia College, when I started, it was really me waking up every day, going there, but saying that I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here. So I was really thinking about other things, about Ibunja Theater was a huge interest for me to go and do stage performance and drumming and playbooks. I had at this point forgotten about Miss July 22nd, or if not forget it, it wasn't in my present moment because we didn't have GRTS at the house when we moved, because my mom had moved out of the main compound, so I wasn't following up anymore. But I met girls who were at the college at the time who met with me after I was presenting in an English class, and they told me, hey, you should represent us at the Miss July 22nd. We have this coming up. The Gambia College has never won, and I think you would be a great representative. And I said, oh, that's still going on. She's like, yes. Then she's like, oh, you don't have to do anything, just give me your name and I will drop it off at Mrs. Carlos, who was training us at the tertiary school level. So that is how it was reintroduced to me, and that is how my name was put into the ballot to participate to represent the Gambia College.
So at that point, if I understand you correctly, rehearsals or activities had already begun?
No, it hasn't at this point.
Okay.
Yes, but other people, most people have already put in their names, but they did not have someone from the School of Education. So they had someone from nursing in Banjul. They had one from the School of Agriculture and all the other departments, but they didn't have one for School of Education. So when I put my name in, that is when rehearsals started. But I did not go to the rehearsals that followed. I forgot about it again. Yeah.
You mentioned Miss, is it Carlos or?
Madame Carlos.
Madame Carlos.
Yes.
Who was responsible for training?
Training, yeah.
What kind of training are you referring to?
With our platforms and also with etiquettes, table etiquettes. I remember we went to the lunchroom of the college and how to use a fork and a knife. She was a very sweet but very strict lady. And also on stage presence and how to present an idea. Basically everything surrounding pageantry. Yeah.
So when you talk about rehearsals, is this what you're referring to as well, or was there something different about those rehearsals?
This is part of it. We will basically do it in a classroom that was available in the college.
And how long did your rehearsals take?
I came in after they've already had like 3. It all happened in a very short span. November? Yeah, but it all happened in a very short span. And I came in on the 4th rehearsal, and that is because I met this same group of girls again. Like, oh, we have not been in Wolof. We have not been seeing you. Come around, the rehearsals have started. I said, oh, I forgot. Is it going on? They said today at 4, and we are going there, because I was already heading home, coming out of the campus. And then I followed them, and then we went in there. That was the first day I met some of the girls that were also there to compete. And I met Madame Carlos too there on that day. And that's when I started my rehearsals. So we did this for not long. I can't remember the exact number of times that we rehearsed before the preliminary rounds.
So can you tell us how you became the person who was selected to actually represent Gambia College? What was the process? Was there some kind of judgment type criteria? Was there a mini pageant, for instance? And also, were you the only one who was selected?
So there was a mini pageant which was called the preliminary rounds. Again, because I joined the rehearsals at a very later date, it was almost the day of the competition. I remember coming home and running to Serakunda Market because I did not have a dress to wear. I pulled my mom's shoes because we wear the same size, and I went with a friend of mine. She was at the college. She's part of the girls who's introduced me to this. We went to Serakunda to this guy who sells dresses second hands. His name is Chat, but he's a very popular dress seller in Serakunda. So we went there. I had $500 on me. We looked at the dresses. I picked one black one, and it had a slash front on the side. And the dress was about $800 instead, so my friend helped and pitched in. I bought that dress didn't even fit me well. It was very tight. But I ran with it home, dressed the home college. Now hearing me all the time, some of my siblings winner, so the presentation win and all that. So that was the concept.
The two winners from the preliminary round, and then you went to the national stage,
yes,
which was the Miss 22nd July
yes,
competition. Can you tell us about the preparations for the competition once you got to that national platform?
So I came home that night, and with the siblings and everybody was screaming, and my mom said, what happened? I said, okay, I think it got a little bit more serious now. So we were told that we will be living in a hotel for a couple of weeks or a week, I'm not sure of the date span, before the competition to prepare us. And we are going to be there with the other girls and the ones who are supposed to help. And our families are not allowed access in there, but the reasons given for that was because they not want parents who take it seriously to come right in, included me thinking about get anything. So I had to get all of that under preparations, and to braid my hair, to have a wig on, and that was mostly it. But I spent most of my time with the talent part of it. I went to a fuller guy who we are fighting, but with the display of a traditional instrument. So I remember coming to my mom begging her to pay for this guy that I wanted to learn to play the riti, and I did pay him, and I had few classes with him, and I borrowed his riti because I didn't want to buy one, but I spent most of my time doing that. And then a boss came. The Gambia College students were happy, and me and the girl who won, we came in a big bus. They picked me up from my home. There were celebrations, and Gambia College is going to bring the win home this time around. We went to Madame Carlos to say bye. We picked up the other girl, and then we went to Paradise Hotel. And when we got in, we all got off, and there were other cars too that brought other girls, so from Gambia High to the University of the Gambia was represented, MDI was represented, GTTI, and also senior secondary school girls were also represented. So we came with our bags, and we all started lobby of Paradise Suites. Hotel. Familiarized ourselves.
ndele mena badi bunkali alo nyaming nyaki lingo nyama dunumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talent TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo ko nyulle nata kantole kidi mandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kali se wondi nyulle nata kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi woto wala tinna ngoybe Facebook le wala tinna ngoybe YouTube wala tinna
to the beach to run our platforms, write them down.
Bunga Gambian Talents TV solemu mbeji mbetema kosungalango nkoyeko.
And at the same time too, GRTS also take pictures of us, video thing, and the hall yourself how to, and also you take it to them, they edit it, they're like change this, add this, put this, and then we have our group dance that you do at the beginning, which takes a long time. It was like a girls' campaign, it's perverted, but I will always go back to the actual with me at the time. But the over girls' camp atmosphere.
During that 1 or 2 week period, did they, but also after the competition, what you could expect as a participant, a contestant at the time, but also if you were to win, what could you expect?
Conversations were ongoing almost at every dinner in the evening. The expectation was the winner, of course, is going to get a scholarship. And in terms of what the president could gift, there wasn't a specific gift, a specific amount. It all depended on him. That was kind of clear when it comes to extra stuff or gifts that you're going to get apart from the scholarship, right? And that he gave the scholarships. That was also made very clear. The other conversations we had was basically the whole routine of the July 22nd pageant. Who's going to be there, the ministers that are going to be there. We were advised not to be nervous, you know, to walk on our stage presence, don't get frightened. And as time went on too, they were very clear about don't go talk to the drivers, don't interact with the guys. Or on if you win, and if you win too, the Ministry of Education works towards your scholarship. You might get it, you might not get it. It also depends. Yeah.
And when they talked about scholarships, you said it would depend on the president, and in some instances the ministry would also work towards assisting with scholarships.
Right.
What did you understand? Were they referring to scholarships in country or scholarships abroad? What was your understanding at that point?
The ones that were in tertiary institutions, the idea was they do apply for schools abroad, and it is paid for, especially the winners of the competition. And for those that are going to high school at the time, might be paid for by the Ministry of Education here in the country.
And so considering that you were at college at the time, at the Gambia College, the fact that you could have a scholarship abroad must have been something that incentivized you to really do well during the competition.
Yes, that was the main, again, as I said earlier, I did not want to be at the college, and so for me, before I even joined the competition, I've applied for schools. I've got accepted into 2 schools. I've applied for flight schools. Almost, I was just on the internet applying. So for me, that's what I really wanted to do, to leave the country and go and study. And because it was really established that it is talent-based, because it's an academic scholarship, that what you display and your platform was really important to getting the scholarship. So me, and I believe the rest of the girls, really gave it their all, like, in participating, yeah.
But from that moment, you knew that getting a scholarship abroad depended on the president.
Yes.
So after the 1 or 2 week period that you spent at Paradise Suites Hotel, let's move on to the actual competition itself and what happened. Please give us an idea of what took place on the day of the competition.
On the day of the competition, I remember in the morning, I was pleading with Auntie Tita that I know our parents are not supposed to come here, but I needed my Riti to perform. And we didn't have, I was given access to like call, they did it. And I told Auntie Tita, please do call my mom to bring the Riti. I don't need to see her, she can deliver it here. So my mom did that morning, I got my Riti. The morning atmosphere was more of nervousness. Everyone was nervous and filled with anxiety. But towards the competition in the evening, the hall started to get filled. There's a backstage where we prepared and we had our clothes for both evening wear, traditional, and also the dance we are supposed to do. all schools came. The Gambia College were there to support. All these other institutions and schools were also there. And you have a front row where you had ministers, ranging from Minister Fatou Fai to all the other ones were there. And right behind them was the former Pageant who won, and then the one that won for senior secondary school was also sitting there, and then other people. And then to the left, yeah, there were the judges. Some of the judges were former contestants in the pageant as well. So the stage was set. We were ready. We came out, did the dance, same routine again, did our presentation platform, did the talent display, and everyone did the same thing. It was a long night of that. And towards the end of it, the winners were announced, and we were given gifts on the stage. I can remember, what I remember is clothing from Ida's idea, and a basket of some stuff in it, yeah.
So we know that 22 of you contested for this. You said at the end of the night the winners were announced.
Right.
So who were the winners and for what categories?
So I was the winner for tertiary institution, and there was a winner for high school. There was a second runner-up, a third runner-up, and there was Miss Photogenic, Miss Congeniality, and other categories of Miss, but about, yeah.
Do you remember the names of any of the other winners?
Yes, I do remember the names. So it was me for tertiary. The winner for the high school was Awajame. The winner for Miss Photogenic was Fatou Benga. The second runner-up was Fanambo of the UTG in tertiary category, and followed by Halimatu Bah of either MDI, yeah, MDI, and Miss Congeniality was Safiatou Balde. I can't remember, like I remember the names, but I don't remember what category they won, yeah.
So you said after the winners were announced, you were given gifts while you were on stage.
On the stage, yeah.
You mentioned clothing from Ida's ideas, correct?
Ida's idea and another tailor, another popular one around the area. I can't remember her name.
You mentioned something else. What kind of other gifts did you receive?
I don't remember the details of it, but I know it's a basket and it has flowers in it. But I don't remember what was in it.
So after the competition, can you tell us what happened? What kind of activities took place as a result of, in your case, having won Miss Tertiary Education? What were some of the activities or some of the expectations that you were expected to fulfill?
Right. So at this point, we are into early weeks of December of 2014.
In fact, let me ask a specific question before that.
Right.
Do you recall the date of the competition in 2014?
No, 21st to 22nd of November, around that time, but yeah.
Please proceed.
Right. So when we finished that night of the competition, we didn't get to meet or group or talk about coming in. After that, we didn't meet. It was wait. So we're waiting. So there wasn't a point to say that there's a process that's supposed to happen at the Ministry of Education that we are supposed to go to. and meet and discuss what's supposed to happen at the ministerial level or at that department that was responsible. It was that we were waiting for a courtesy call from the president. So this went on. We are into December, and normally he would meet with the group early on, immediately when it happens. Ours took longer, and so I started to get involved in filming and movies, and there was this one that I opted for with a director called Femi at the time, with Monica in it, and there was yeah.
But before that,
right.
Did you have any interactions with the Ministry of Education? Were you required to do anything else after the competition?
Immediately, no. Okay. We didn't talk about what was supposed to be done or myth to talk about any of that happened after the courtesy call.
So I assume that photographs were taken of you during the actual competition.
Are you talking about the full-length photographs?
Well, that's what I'm trying to drive at. Were any photographs taken after the competition?
It was after the competition, but after the courtesy call, not in between.
Okay, so let's take it step by step. Tell us about the director, Femi, who was shooting...
movie called...
A movie.
Yeah, the Tama and the Daga, or the Tama and something. So I was involved in that, and I was shooting for that. So the first time I got a call towards that was on that day. I was at the movie set somewhere around Senegambia with the director and with Monica. And then I received a call from the chaperone at the time, who was also with us the whole time in Paradise. And then she told me that there is an event at the State House, and the president is being awarded with a certificate of food self-sufficient Pan-African something from an organization outside of the Gambia, and that is being celebrated, and we're supposed to be there. I was already in my attire for the scene, so I told her that I will not be able to come for that event. She said, but this is like the first event. I said, I know, but I really cannot come. And then that was where we cut off the conversation, yeah.
What is the name of the chaperone that you're talking about?
It's okay, I can say the names, right? Okay,
yes.
Aisha, that is Auntie Aisha.
So representative of the gender unit of the Ministry of Education.
Yeah. Yes.
So please continue. What happened after that phone call?
Few minutes after that phone call, then I received a call from Jimbe. So I guess at this point Aisha has related back to her or whoever made the call to let them know that we are supposed to go. And she called me and I picked up, and it was with a no caller ID. And then she told me that I have to come. This is an event that I have to come to. Wearing the crown comes with responsibilities, and all the girls being there and I'm not being there doesn't look good. And I told her at that time that I was menstruating, which was a lie, and that I had stomach cramps and I cannot come. So when she hung up, I think she called back again at the office. Yeah.
Did you know who she was when she called you?
No, I didn't.
So you hadn't met her before that first phone call?
No, I have never met her.
Did she introduce herself?
No, she just said that I'm calling from the protocol office.
And you said she called with a no caller ID, so yes. An unknown number?
Yes.
And did she say how she got your number, for instance?
The gender department, to say that I do have to come. So here I should have clarified with my mom what happened. But because my mom also works at the Ministry of Education, but under curriculum or another department, a colleague who heard that I'm insisting to come, and when Jimmy called, or whichever protocol called, apart from the one who called me, was insisting that I have to come to the State House for this event. My mom called me. She was there with an auntie of mine who works at the ministry called Auntie Jabate. She called and said, in Mandinka, Muna ite fanang kumandi munata, like, you've been called, just go. And I told my mom, I cannot go. I am right in this scene, like, this is a lifetime opportunity. There are so many other events that are going to happen. I already told them that I have cramps. And she said to me, but they're going to come for you anyway, so, you know, where are you? So I told my mom where I was. And I was there. An hour later, my mom came in driving with that Auntie Jabate, and then they got off the car, and she said, they've been calling me, they've been coming to my office. Auntie Isa is saying that they're bothering her, they're calling her and saying that you have to come. So Monica and the director engaged my mom, like, what's happening? And my mom explained, and Auntie Jabate, to be specific, was more understanding of the situation, that okay, manghanyi mola, just go. So Femi too, even though very disappointed, had to call in another actress, I think her last name is Mboj, for her to come in and had to ask her, and because we are a different size in clothing, they had to rush to the tailor to fix up the shirt. And I, because I wasn't ready to go, I wasn't on my way, I did not have my sachet, I didn't have my crown, and I didn't have a dress on. So Auntie Khadija Bate decided she would go to Yundum and grab my dress and my crown, and my mom will drive me to Banjul, and we will meet at the entrance, and I can change my clothes. And that's what we did. I was late because they were already well into the program. Yeah.
You mentioned Monica. Yeah. And you mentioned that the director Femi. Who's Monica?
Monica Davis. She's an actress. She's a Gambian actress.
And do you recall the date of this particular event that you're talking about?
No.
But it was somewhere in December?
Yeah.
Do you remember if it was the beginning or end of December?
Mid-December, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were called to go to State House
Right.
for official meeting, essentially,
Right.
because the president was getting an award.
Right.
At that point, you realized you couldn't say no, so you had to go. But you didn't have any clothes with you, and you're supposed to change when you arrived in Banjul.
Right.
So tell us what happened when you arrived.
I was waiting in the car with my mom. We waited for Auntie Khadija to come, and then she came. I changed in the car. And then I got off. I went to the entrance. My mom and Auntie Khadija went back to the time who I didn't know. And a protocol called Aisha Barry was asked to come and pick me up at the gate. So I went through security, they scanned my bag, and when I came out of the scanning area, Aisha Barry was there, and then she showed me my seat. When I came, all the girls were already there, so I took my seat there, like, danga late blue hair, what was going on? Because I had said that I wasn't coming in the beginning because I had stomach cramps, I still maintained that story. I said, oh, do dara suma bir bi moma bugana ray, and you know, dama force rek ñew. So I sat there.
I think you have to interpret that for some of the non-Wolof speakers.
Dama force ñew means I just forced myself to come. Yes. Right. So I took my seat and the event started, and all the normal proceedings and praises, and the food self-sufficiency of Gambia was at the top of it, and congratulations. And but I can vividly remember Balagaba Jahumpa on that day. And then the president came, of course, before all of this, and we all stood up. That was the first time I actually saw him up close, not that close, but at least that much closer. And then the event finished, they wrapped up, and Jimby, who was throughout the time walking around the place, she came there and she's like, my name is Jimbe, and the president will meet you guys briefly. This is not an official meeting, but he will just want to meet you briefly because he should have met you earlier, but because of circumstances, that's why. And we said, okay. And we were all excited at the time, you know, like, yay, and, you know. But he said that we had to wait because he's going to pray. They got off the main VIP lounge. They walk into the mosque of State House, and then the area
ceremony that had just taken place.
Right.
Did you have any role as winners or former contestants? Did you have any role to play at all during that ceremony?
We were enjoying theatrics. We were just sitting there and copying every word Balagaba Jahumba says. We didn't have any official function that we were supposed to do or usher anything. We were sitting there the whole time.
You told us that some of the participants, well, the other contestants, I should say, came from different schools around the country, and you were 22 in number. If you got that call at the last minute on that same day to attend the event, did all 22 show up?
No, there were mostly 2 that hardly shows up in events because one lived in Basse and one was going to Armitage. He represented Armitage. So they were mostly not there unless it finds them in combo at the time.
So on that particular occasion, were you about 20 or were you less than that?
No, so 22 participated in the main event, but then you have the winners. So we are going to the events, it was the winners that went, so it's way less than 22 because the others were dropped out. So about like 10 of us now, if you count everyone who's a winner. So out of that 10, let's say 2 would be missing, or 1 because they couldn't make it to the combos.
So after this, you were told that you would meet the president and you were moved to a different room.
Right.
Can you tell us what happened next?
We were waiting there, and then Jimby joined us and introduced herself and be like, yo, yeah, and then recognized us from their competition. Yo, you were this, you were that. There was a little chat here and there between all of us. And then the president had come a few minutes after that, and then we went into an office, but it's the round table where most of the events are shown on GRTS. That's where we went, and he sat in his normal place where he sits, like right here, and then I was sitting here starting from me. Auntie Aisha was there, and on the other side were the other girls as well. So he greeted us and hi, and there were so many jokes being made, and he did ask me, you're the one whose stomach is hurting you, you know, Fullest, you're always scared of every little thing. And then I agreed, and I confirmed that yes, my stomach was hurting me, that's why I did not come earlier. So he talked about that he has watched the pageant and that we did really good, that this is a good badge, and that all of us deserved our win, and he's very proud of us, and that this is not an official meeting, and he's going to meet us officially with the rest of the ministers. And yes, so now, because I said my stomach was hurting me, the president decided to offer a bottle of medicine that was brought to him, and it was black water that he and said that this is really good for menstrual cramps And I told him that I'm very bad with medicine. He's like, in Wolof, right? Nana Lee, drink this. It will actually help. It's really good. So he had a cup, a plastic cup, white one, where he poured it, and I drank. And I remember at the time, one of the girls said that I have this constant headache as well, that she always has. And then the president said the medicine also works for that. So, you know, you can drink it. So we all ended up drinking that medicine in cups because everyone got sick. And he said it's really good, and he asked us, are you feeling any changes? I think I said yes. But yeah, and I actually didn't, but I did at the time. So he didn't only stop there, but he gave me the bottle to take home, that if I keep drinking it, it is not only gonna stop my menstrual cramps from right now, but for all future menstrual cramps. So I took the bottle, and then he gave me $50,000 and gave the winner of the senior second, the two winners. He also gave the other girls, but I do not remember the exact amount because sometimes it varies. So that's what happened, and then he got up, he left the room, and then the rest of us also came out, and there were cars that took each of us to our homes. Yeah.
Just a couple of follow-up questions.
Right.
You mentioned the contestant who got up, winner, right? The winner who got up and said she had a headache. Do you remember who that was?
She was Miss something. I can't remember. Can I say her name? Mbo was her last name. Mbo was her last name. I'm trying to click the name right now.
You said that the president gave you $50,000.
Oh, sorry? Yeah.
I'm sure the name will come back to you.
Yeah.
So, gave you $50,000.
Right.
And then gave the other winner $50,000. Is that correct?
Right.
You mentioned some of the things that the president said to you at the time. Do you recall anything else that he said prior to giving you this medicine? Because it sounded like he was encouraging the group and giving advice.
Yes.
So what else did he say, as far as you recall?
Some of them are as repetitive as the courtesy call, but it was mostly centered around us taking our education seriously, and also not let this win get to our heads, you know, that we will start going around and not being humble, I guess. But it was a general advice on us taking this seriously and concentrating on our school.
Did he say anything about marriage or men in any way?
That's what I'm talking about. That's the concept, that we should be serious and focus on our education. Yeah.
When he was giving you this advice as well as encouragement, how did you feel at that point?
I felt that he cared, and that it was a timely advice, because a lot of people, regardless of what pageantry is or under what it is organized, a lot of people try to sexualize pageants or women on stage in general. So I thought it was a great advice for us not to kind of fall for that. Yeah, so I felt like it was a responsible advice to give.
You mentioned the black liquid that you were given, the liquid that cures menstrual cramps as well as headaches.
Right.
When you drank it, could you tell what it was, what it consisted of?
No, it just looked like charcoal, but it didn't have a specific taste for me to be able to say this is what it is. I really don't know.
But when he asked if you were all feeling better, you said yes.
I remember saying yes and other people, but I don't know who from who, but I remember saying yeah.
What made you say yes?
I don't know. I think it's just instincts in the moment. I don't know. I really don't know, but I say it's from side with that, or know medicine more than me, and I couldn't have that conversation.
And he said it would cure future. You mentioned did you know her last name?
Jammeh. Right.
Can you tell us what happened next?
It was a bit late. So Life 20. Yundum, and everyone else was like in the combos. Yes, right.
So you thereabouts.
Courtesy call. We had to go and stay at Asobi's. There's this cloth that we all had to match, and that was being sewn and it was brought in, and Auntie Tida was also there. She came and she was advising us on how to be in the presence of diplomats, I guess, that we should behave, that we should not over-exaggerate or be all over the place, and that we should be careful of like what we say in there, because you don't know what is being recorded or what is not. So that happened before we had the courtesy call, and then the courtesy call happened whilst we were at the hotel. I remember Fanambo of UTG, she kind of thought about a song that we should sing, and we all kind of rehearsed it for all of us to get familiar with it, so that when we go, we will all stand up and sing that song, which we were also busy rehearsing at before the meeting. I remember parts of the song, I guess.
I'm not going to ask you to sing it, don't worry.
Great.
So what happened after that? You said that you were taken to a hotel.
Yes.
And that was for 2 days.
Yes, before the courtesy call.
At this point, were you still going to school, or had you already stopped for the Christmas holiday?
I'm not sure if we have stopped, but what I know is between this time and subsequent times to come, I was missing a lot of days in school whenever we are to have any of this event, or let's say later on in February for the whole. I remember the headmistress of college calling my mom, or they met at some conference, and she told my mom, like, what is wrong with our daughter? She misses days in school. And my mom came to me and she said, oh, the headmistress notices that you miss days in school. I said, did you tell her that we go for events and all this usher? My mom said I didn't, but yeah, that was a concern she raised. So I was missing days on actual school days.
So let me get this straight.
Right.
This was a scholarship pageant with emphasis on education and school.
Right.
You met the president, who again reiterated the importance of going to school.
Right.
However, your responsibilities as a winner meant that you had to miss a lot of school because you had to attend a lot of events.
Yes.
Okay. You said that at some point you had the actual courtesy meeting with the president.
Right.
So this was after you had spent 2 days at a hotel.
Yes.
And received advice about how to comport yourselves in the presence of diplomats.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened at that courtesy meeting. Where was it, and what happened?
It took place at State House. Was us the girls, Minister of Education at the time, to other ministers. And she was talking and half of the girls giving us an opportunity for a lifetime, and that we will take this opportunity and we will run with it and we will make the best of this opportunity. And what a great experience it has been to be part of this whole thing, and how I am inspired that we do have a female vice president. So somewhere around that, and then the person who had the last floor was the president himself. And he went on again about advice on not just jumping into marriages, and also concentrating on our schools, and also developing our skills, and then to make sure we come back to the country to serve when we are done studying. Just to give context here, this was posted on the website of the Republic of the Gambia in 2014. He said Professor Jammeh congratulated the victors for their achievement, noting that he was amazed by the level of talent exhibited during the contest, and encouraged them to make take their education seriously, and to utilize their time wisely. He also advised them to be respectful, to be supportive to their parents, and as well as to safeguard their self-esteem, shy away from looking low upon other people, and endeavor to serve as good role models for young people. Commenting on the reluctance of some parents in allowing their daughters to participate in the contest, President Jammeh blamed ignorance for the practice. The president described the contest as a means to empower girls to realize and exploit their potential for nation building, saying there is nothing unreligious about the initiative. Professor Jammeh said he will continue to patronize the initiative, and on the other hand will not associate with anything that will breed immorality in society. That is basically a sum up of what he said on that day.
I will ask the usher to take that document from you so that we can see where it was posted. But in the meantime, please continue telling us what else happened during that courtesy meeting.
After he advised us and told us to be better citizens and representatives of young people, then there was the ceremony of gift giving. Again, on that occasion, as filmed on GRTS, there was and it talks about process of the scholarship. Start. We were given Mac laptops each, an iPhone, a Mac with his head on it. On the coin goal. The other that I know I got as a winner with the other winner of the high school, and the rest of the girls didn't get the laptop or the coin, but they did get the iPad and an amount of money as well. Yeah.
Do you recall how much money was given?
$200,000.
So from the document that you provided,
right,
it says that you and Awajame, who was I believe she was one of the winners.
She's the winner of the high school. Yeah.
Received $200,000
right,
each. Is that correct?
Right.
And then for the other winners, they received $100,000 each. That's the cash prize.
There, yeah.
So after giving you these gifts, what else happened during that meeting?
We dispersed actually. After the whole ceremony, we took pictures. We stood up, we took pictures with the gifts in our hands, and yeah, we went home.
I believe this would be a good place to pause because it's time for the coffee break.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I hand over to you. We will continue after the coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Council, and thank you very much, Ms. Jallow. We'll take a 30-minute break and come back at 12 noon sharp. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Gambia ndele mena badi bunkali alo nyaming nyaki lingo nyama dunumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talent TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo ko nyulle nata kantole kidimandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kali se wondi nyulle nata kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi oto wala tinna ngoebe Facebook le wala tinna ngoebe YouTube wala tinna o ngoebe fanna bela ndabadi bunka Gambian Talents Winning TV boy ngoe wate wati nkawale la moy wate wati nkawale jubeo ndajawaro ngoe badi bunka Gambian Talents TV solemu mbeji mbetema ko sunkalango ngoyeko mbeji mbetema ko min sunkalango taj
Good morning, Commander of the Belgian crew. Good morning, the Councillor, Belgian Councillor. Good morning, Coordinator. Good morning, staff of the BCC. Good morning, the press. I'm here today to welcome this crew from Belgium through Ostend. The Security Council is very happy to welcome you here in the Gambia, to make sure we do everything possible for you here in the Gambia in your short stay. But definitely we want you to stay longer, but due to your schedules, because of the link, Banjul and Ostend is a long time link since 2003, and we are seeing a lot of benefits every day. This is one of it. Today we are here to have these Navy people and a lot of goods from your hospitality to give it to our sick people in the hospitals here. It's not only benefiting Banjul City Council or Banjul as a whole, but the whole nation, because we are expecting a lot of materials from this your crew today. We'll be receiving it from the press conference here. I'm just here deputizing the Lord Mayor of Banjul as a deputy to say a big thank you to you here on behalf of her and my humble self, because we are always seeing new things from Belgium and Ostend for that matter. So we are glad to welcome you here. I don't want to keep you long, because we stayed a very long time now here waiting for people to come. But anyway, we are saying welcome in the Gambia here, and we want you to, when you go back, as soon as you go back, you prepare again to come back in the city here, Banjul.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome. But I can assure you that it's my pleasure to be here again. For me, it's the second time that I'm in Banjul. The ship has been here already 5 or 6 times, I believe. But for me, it's a big pleasure to be here again. It's quite warm, but in Belgium it's raining at the moment, so I prefer the sunshine above the rain, so we are not complaining. And indeed, we also would have loved to stay a little bit longer, but as you already mentioned, we've got a tight schedule and we can only stay 3 days. 3 days which will be used as much as possible to discover a little bit your country by the crew members, but also to do our job here in Banjul, to deliver the humanitarian aid, to tighten the relationships with Banjul from the Belgium side and from Ostend as well. I'm very honored also to be here again with our honorary consul. A year ago we sat here also at this table for a press conference. I'm really honored that I'm here again, and today also with our consul from Belgium. This mission is the 5th maritime capacity building mission for the Rhodesia. This mission started the 7th of October and will last until the 15th of December. So that means that we're gone for 10 weeks, and Banjul is our 3rd stop. So we're still in the beginning of the mission, but it's one of the best places we go to, because the crew loves it really. This mission, 10 weeks, is built on 4 pillars. The 4 pillars are solidarity, training, protection, and defense diplomacy. During this 10 weeks, we'll try to fill each of these pillars to the maximum. For Belgium, solidarity is very important, not only from a military point of view, but also from a humanitarian point of view. From a military point of view, we try to show our solidarity to be a loyal partner in different international organizations like the European Union, NATO, United Nations. But also, we try to build different bilateral cooperation projects with different countries. Like there are different African countries, partner countries we call them. We have a lot of programs, cooperation programs with them. By these programs and by being a loyal partner in these international organizations, we will try to increase the local security of the areas we go to, the areas we will be deployed. And so, by doing so, we also try to increase the European security, because we strongly believe that by increasing the local security in different parts of the world, we also increase the European security. Like I said, protection is also one of the pillars of this mission. And the first mission we've done and we're still doing is a cooperation with the Maritime Analysis and Operations Center Narcotics in Lisbon. We try to detect, to monitor and to report suspicious vessels who are supposed to be engaged in trafficking of illegal drugs, narcotics, coming from South America to Africa. Furthermore, we cooperated with the Cape Verdean Coast Guard. We did it last week in the fight against illegal activities in their waters. We trained them, but also we cooperated with them to fight against illegal fishing, drug trafficking, in order to increase the safety in the territorial waters of Cape Verdean Islands. This is also very important for the local fishermen, local economies, like you struggling with the same problems with illegal fishing. Furthermore, we try to train teams from different African countries or partner nations. Furthermore, in a few weeks we will embark some students from Benin, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Togo. They will come here on board for a period of 10 days to do some training with us at sea. By doing so, we'll try to increase their capacities, their capabilities in assuring the security in their own territorial waters. But after Banjul, we will participate in the exercise Grand African Nemo 19. Very big exercise, and I'm sure you've heard about it. It will take place between the Cape Verdean Islands and the Gulf of Guinea, the southern part of the Gulf of Guinea. And the main purpose of the exercise is to increase the cooperation between the different countries, to increase the surveillance capabilities of those countries, and to increase the intervention capacities of those countries. We will do that by participating in exercises from different exercises with different navies and coast guards from different countries, as there are Guinea, Liberia and the Côte d'Ivoire. They will exercise with us during this period. Furthermore, we will try to show our solidarity by bringing humanitarian goods to different countries. This time it's not only for the Gambia, but also for Benin, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Senegal. But of course, the Gambia is one very important part of this mission, because the city of Ostend is always very active in collecting humanitarian goods for different projects, small projects organized by the City Council of Banjul, but also organized by other people from Belgium or local people for small local projects. And the last part is the defense diplomacy part, and that's what we're doing this evening. We will try to work with our ambassadors and consuls all over the world to intensify the relationship with the different countries by offering our platform and by hosting receptions for local authorities, military, civilians, but also for Belgium living in those countries, to gather them together on board. But we believe that that's a very important aspect of diplomacy as well. And as I said already before, it's always a joy to come to Banjul, because we are always welcomed and received by open arms by the city of Banjul, but also by other people here. The special link with Ostend has already been mentioned a few times. For both cities, I think it's very important that there is a respectful link, respectful cooperation, and this time the city of Ostend collected about 5 tons of material for different projects. As there are music instruments for the city of Banjul for a project to set up a school for musicians in Crab Island, I've heard. We collected city of Hostel by ma'am over there. She collected a lot of glasses for Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital project to help people, to help children here. We collected garden equipment as well for the city of Banjul, also for a project in Crab Island. And city of Ostend donated also a lot of cells for some ice plants, for ice plant Banjul Ostend City Link, to help local fishermen when they bring the fish ashore, to create ice to keep the fish fresh. We are very happy that we can assist in the exercise Grand African Nemo, because that's very important for us, because we truly believe that it's important that the countries in this part of the world, in the Gulf of Guinea, or who are really confronted with a lot of illegal activities, a lot of piracy, a lot of illegal fishing, a lot of robbery near the coasts. There's a lot of problems they are confronted with. We strongly believe that it's important to work together, to build their capacities, so that they will be able in a few years to protect their borders themselves. Because they actually lose, all those countries lose a lot of money due to those illegal activities. But we are also very happy that we can assist and support the projects of the city of Ostend, and to show not only but also the solidarity of the city of Ostend, which is also our godfather city today, and the next days we're here in the city of Banjul. Thank you very much, and now I'll pass the word to our honorary consul, Mr. Pierre Sarr.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I think it's after 12. I say good afternoon, everybody. Commandant, I don't say this time welcome, because you are becoming more or less a citizen of Gambia. So we say come back again. You have Deputy Mayor, members of the press fraternity, officers of the Godetia. I would like to, first of all, on behalf of the embassy and the ambassador for the Kingdom of Belgium in Dakar, announce the coming of the consul, who is ably representing the ambassador and the embassy here in the Gambia for the arrival of the Godetia. So we give a round of applause to her. We've all heard the diverse activities and achievements and programs that the Godetia will be carrying out whilst they are in the Gambia and out in the sea, and also with other countries. I look forward to, and I hope that as usual and as before, the people of this country will make use of these possibilities, harness the most out of them, and there is also no doubt that the friendly ties that exist between the city of Banjul and OSN will continue to flourish. Our friendship, as we are known for, we say the smiling coast of West Africa, I'm guaranteed that it will be shown, we'll continue to show them what we are, what Gambians are, the friendliness we have, and the openness. And we hope that we will make use of the opportunities, and on behalf of the beneficiaries, be it in the education sector, health sector, military sector, and every sector in the Gambia would benefit from this, and to say thank you on behalf of everybody. Once again, I thank you all for coming.
Very grateful for the opportunity to come on board. My name is Yusuf Taylor for Gynaco Online Newspaper. Your assistance is something that I'm sure Gambians will say we definitely need. You made mention about illegal activities and fishing, and just not too long ago we were learning about the Sea Shepherd, which is one of those ships that has working with the Gambian Navy to make sure that they catch the illegal fishing activities abroad. Is this something that you would be helping to strengthen? I was interviewing some of the Navy, and they said that they're really looking forward to new ships, if possible, new technology, so that they can do some of those things.
Do that now.
Absolutely.
Thank you. You just initial just that one copy, and we would admit that copy in evidence, and we'd use other copies for reference purposes only. Thank you. Mr. Singate, you are satisfied that that document is your statement. You have initialed all the pages. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly show it to the chairperson, please? Madam Chair, we would ask to put the statement in evidence. And if admitted, it should be 0090.
Okay, request granted.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Mr. Singate, yesterday we covered two areas of alleged violations. That is the alleged torture of Mr. Omar Jallow and other PPP officials at Mile 2 prisons in 1994 or thereabout, and also the alleged unlawful detention and torture of security officers at Mile 2 prisons. These are the only two we have covered so far. Would you confirm that?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
That's right. And in those areas covered so far, in the O.J. Jallow case, he alleged that you were present there when they were being paraded and tortured to the enjoyment or to the delight of the AFPRC council members. You denied that.
Let me rectify that. I did tell the Commission that I was there briefly. I did not deny the fact that I was not there.
Yes, you said you were there briefly. Thereafter, you went to Jame and you reported.
Yes, sir.
The evidence we had suggested that council members, including yourself, stayed there and enjoyed their humiliation. You deny being there for a prolonged period of time.
Absolutely, sir.
Good. And with regards to the unlawful arrest and detention of the security officers, you deny playing any role in that arrest, those arrests and detention.
No, sir.
I did not deny completely any role in that. What I did do was deny beating physically myself, touching any of the detainees. But I accepted my role in their arrest and detention collectively, but not personally. I didn't do it myself, but as a council. In fact, it's even in my statement, my acceptance.
You accept collective responsibility as a council?
Absolutely, sir.
You
Yes, sir.
deny direct responsibility as a participant in those arrests and detentions?
When you say direct, can you please qualify that?
A direct role would involve directing your subordinates to participate in the arrest, or you yourself participating in the arrest, or you yourself sitting down and agreeing that these arrests be carried out. That would be direct participation. It does not necessarily mean you are the person who would put the gun on the head of somebody and say, you are under arrest, go into the truck. What do you say to that?
Well, first of all, I don't believe that a gun was put to anyone's head. But
that is not the suggestion, Mr. Singate.
Yes, no,
please.
I'm trying to answer your question,
No. We
sir.
should avoid. I have to set the parameters very early on today. We should avoid taking on side issues and making it into the big issue. I have explained to you quite clearly that the suggestion is not that you have put a gun on anybody's head and say, go on the truck. I have made it quite clear. The suggestion is that you participated in this arrest through other direct means, either by ordering your subordinates or physically participating in it, being there. That is what I mean. So I don't want us to start with this approach of diverting attention from the main question onto a side issue, and then we spend all our time on that. That would not be helpful. But I'm sorry for interjecting, but I have to set this straight at the outset.
If you would allow me, your suggestion is well noted.
Thank you.
However, it implies that when they were arrested, a gun was put to their head. That is what I was trying to qualify.
It does not imply that,
okay,
Mr.
sir,
Singate.
we will move on. But what I want to, this is why I asked you to qualify what direct involvement meant.
Okay, I put it this way. What was your role?
Sir, let me answer. I'm still trying to answer your question.
I am rephrasing the question such that there would be clarity. What was your role in the arrest and detention of these security officers?
Sir, I already gave you my answer yesterday. But what I would
Tell us again.
What I would like to state for the record, that prior to the decree, I did not have any direct role. But as soon as the decree was promulgated, then obviously by virtue of that decree, I had a direct role, whether I went or not. This is what I was trying to explain.
Are you serious?
Sir?
Are you serious?
So with
by that answer?
So with the decree of the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council that we all agreed to, that was passed and became law, as you mentioned yesterday, anybody who was detained under that decree, we have a direct responsibility for. You mentioned that yesterday.
That decree came ex post facto, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, but I did not...
Could you answer this just...
Yes, I said yes, it did.
Okay, good. Then allow me to ask my questions. All right? So everything that happened prior to the decree, you washed your hands of it. Is that what you're suggesting?
No. What I'm suggesting... Okay, you just asked a question. If you allow me to answer before you ask another question.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. Yes, sir. What I'm saying is that by virtue of the fact that I was part of those that debated the decree and it was passed by the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council, I made myself responsible.
I am My question is,
yes.
do you wash your hands of everything that has happened prior to that decree?
I just claimed liability. I said I'm responsible. I did not.
You said you are responsible by virtue of the decree.
Absolutely.
My question is, the decree came ex post facto. Do you also accept responsibility for things that happened prior to the promulgation of the decree?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you very much. So the decree itself merely formalized responsibility, doesn't it?
Yes, it did.
Good. So the question now is, apart from legal attribution of responsibility simply by dint of the decree, did you perform any other role in the arrest of these security officials?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. This is something we would have to come back to at a later stage. All right? So you deny participation in the arrest of the security officers?
As far as I can remember, I never arrested anyone personally.
Well, we cannot hide behind, I cannot recall,
hiding,
I cannot remember.
Hiding, I am telling you that I did not.
You cannot be talking over me, Mr. Singate.
My apologies.
Thank you very much. We have to exercise decorum. I give you the chance to talk, you give me the chance to talk. Apart from denying participation in the arrest, you deny beating Mamad Cham, is that not correct?
That is correct, sir.
Even though Mamad Cham did say you assaulted him?
That is correct.
Even though there are 3 other witnesses who confirm that you assaulted Mamad Cham?
That is correct.
So, from the statements or the evidence of these 4 people, all of them confirming that you assaulted Mamad Cham, you want the commission to believe your side of the story, which is unsupported.
What I can do is offer my side. What the commission takes is entirely up to the commission.
I am asking you the question. Do you want the commission to believe your lone side of the story as against the evidence of these 4 individuals who were present?
So the commission will believe what they want to believe. I can only give you my side of the story, sir.
Well, I put it to you that your side of the story is false. It is mainly intended to shield yourself from responsibility in view of clear evidence. What do you say to that?
I say that you are wrong.
Thank you very much, and the commission would...
A lot of glasses for the hospital, especially. There are some small medical equipment, but not medicines, and then that we don't have for the moment now. Maybe you can...
Sorry, I think here I can step in. Okay, now, those things that you're asking about these glasses, it is all for optical...
Yeah.
Now, optical material. Yeah. It is meant for, the eye clinic at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. Yeah. Okay, now, thanks. We want to so that's very important.
Yeah, you can always start it again. Lift it from. By then is the coordinator. You can introduce yourself. Okay.
By the time you were deploying from State House on that evening, that night rather, you had a common plan not to take any prisoners, correct?
There was an order not to take any prisoners, and we executed that order.
Mr. Singate, I know you are now characterizing it as an order, but the evidence we received was that cancer members agreed among themselves that they will take no prisoners. Is that true or is it false?
As I said in my statement, and I'm not going to give a true or false response to this. As we were leaving State House, Yahya Jammeh told us take no prisoners, and Sana Sabali said yes sir, and this is what we executed.
Was there a conversation among council members about what they were going to do when they deployed to crush the coup d'etat that was going to take place?
The plan was to crush it and then execute the orders, take no prisoners.
The question is,
yes.
Was there a discussion among council members before you deployed?
A discussion in what fashion? Are you talking about a meeting?
Did council members converge somewhere and spoke among themselves and decided what they were going to do?
What happened, as I testified, is that we converged at State House and we started the procedure of moving, but we agreed to go and crush the coup and retake the barracks. That is what we agreed on.
How was that agreement reached?
Well, like I told you, we were collected, we went to State House, we were there together with the chairman of the AFPRC, and the discussion was that these people have launched their coup and we need to crush it, and we were delegated to go and do so.
Was it a delegation or was it an agreement by members of the ruling council?
It was not like a council meeting where we agree collectively to do something. It was a delegation, it was our duty, and we executed it.
So are you suggesting that you did not have any say in what was going to happen that evening?
Not at all. I fully agreed with what should happen, that we had to quash this coup. I fully agreed and I participated in everything.
By reason of the fact that an agreement was required from all of you, meant that it was a collective decision and not a decision by one person?
No, there was not an agreement required. In fact, there was not even a debate on what should happen or what should not happen.
But there was a discussion.
Well, like I said, we agreed that we had to quash, but it was not in the manner in which you were talking about that, okay, what should we do? What do we need to do?
So what did you discuss?
Well, Sana Sabali had briefed the president as to what exactly was happening, and we all knew that we had to go and quash this. It was a matter of life and death.
Hold on a second. What I am trying to drive at here, Mr. Singate, is that members of the council discussed amongst themselves about the coup that was in the making, correct?
I know what you are trying to establish, that whether there was a joint agreement to do X, Y, and Z. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that it did not happen just in the form of a discussion asking ourselves, what should we do? No, we knew what was happening and we knew what we had to do and we agreed to execute it.
How was that agreement reached?
Well, once we reached there and then the president was briefed and it was, well, decided that we go and then quash the coup. And as you had asked me yesterday, was President Jammeh restrained? What did he want to go? And I told you that he said so.
Let us not muddy the waters.
No, I am trying to explain the circumstances.
The question is, how was that decision reached? I have asked you in several ways, but you kept changing the word without telling us the process of reaching the agreement.
It is the process that I'm trying to explain. It was agreed collectively. We all knew what we had to do, what needed to be done, and we did it.
And that collective agreement was as a result of a conversation amongst yourselves that this is what you were going to do, correct?
It was after the briefing we all agreed that we needed to quash this, yes.
Thank you very much. So that agreement means that it was the council itself, the members of the council who were present there, who made that decision collectively, wasn't it?
We all agreed to quash the coup and we went to quash it.
So therefore it was not just an order by Jammeh, it was a collective council decision.
Let us separate the two issues. Let us not confuse the executions or the order not to take any prisoners along with the order, or along with the knowledge or agreement that we had to quash this coup.
That is exactly what I am trying to do here, Mr. Singate. The decision to deploy was not on the basis of an order simpliciter. It was on the basis of a collective agreement by members of the council who were there present, and they agreed to go out there and crush this coup that was in the making.
Yes, sir.
Good. So the plan to take no prisoners was also part of this agreement, wasn't it?
No, sir, because at that time we didn't know whether we would have prisoners or not. We didn't know whether we would even survive.
Wow, that is strange, isn't it?
No, it's not strange. How can you predict that you are going to go into combat and know exactly what the outcome is going to be? You cannot predict that.
Well, Mr. Singate, it was you who told us that Yahya Jammeh said take no prisoners.
Yes, that was an order. But obviously that order is conditioned upon you being successful.
What I'm trying to tell you here is, Mr. Singate, that those decisions were collective.
That was not a decision. Sorry.
It was not an order by Yahya Jammeh. It was a collective decision on the basis of that collective agreement to go and crush the coup d'etat.
What I can assure you is that there was no discussion amongst ourselves about what we do after the outcome. What we had agreed generally is that who should go. That is what we agreed. Now, as we were leaving, there was an order, don't take no prisoners.
Wouldn't that be a suggestion, Mr.
Sorry,
Singate?
what?
Wouldn't that, don't take any prisoners, wouldn't that be a suggestion?
No, that's not a suggestion.
You were a council, Mr.
Yes,
Singate.
sir. Yes.
And that council made decisions collectively. It was not left to one single person to decide, was it?
That is quite true, but these were exceptional circumstances.
No, Mr. Singate.
No, they were.
There was a standard way of operating on the basis of law that this council makes decisions collectively. It was not left to Yahya Jammeh to decide what the council would do, was it?
Sir, I think you have forgotten about the evidence already before the commission. The evidence even was, as we were deployed, there was a commander. Once we went into that deployment mode, once there was a threat against our security and against our lives, against this country, we went back to combat mode, which means that if Sana Sabali gives the order, it cannot be discussed. We follow and carry out those orders accordingly. We don't take orders by decision.
But, Mr. Singate, you were Minister of Defense at the time, weren't
Yes.
you?
I was.
Oh, exactly. And who led operations was a matter that was agreed by you.
By me?
By the whole group.
No.
Any single one of you could have led operations if the group wanted.
That is if that is expressly stated. But if it is not, we follow seniority.
But does it really matter?
It matters.
No, in every operation, there has to be some form of seniority, otherwise it would not work. Isn't that the case?
Absolutely. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
No, you are not trying to tell me that. What you are trying to do is to suggest that everything was decided by Jammeh.
No.
Thank you. Then we are now in agreement that this was decided by the council and not just Yahya Jammeh.
We agreed to go and quash the coup. As we were leaving, he said, take no prisoners.
Was that a suggestion or was it an order?
I took it as an order.
But under the legal arrangements you had at the time, was Yahya Jammeh in a position to unilaterally give an order to the council, or was it not the case that in fact matters two members of council were to be discussed collectively?
Sir, ordinarily in a council meeting where we have our secretary to council, where we have the secretary general president and the present and the attorney general present, yes, of course. But there was no time to call a council meeting and then move a motion and then agree. As we were leaving, he said, "Don't take no prisoners." That is what he said.
Mr. Singate, don't make a mockery of the arrangement.
I am not. I'm trying to explain to you exactly what happened.
What I am telling you is that Yahya Jammeh was in no position under the legal framework to make such an order. The council members who were present had to agree to this.
Sir, he was the head of the council. He has certain powers.
Yes, but did that make him, did that clothe him with legal authority to make such an order?
Yes, it did.
Well, I beg to differ, Mr. Singate. That is the reason why you had to collectively talk about what you are going to do.
Absolutely not.
Okay, well,
especially with regards to that, because we were departing. So we didn't come back and say, okay, what should we do if we catch prisoners? No, that never happened. But we were departing and he told us, take no prisoners, and that is what we did.
So that was a side comment, but you said it was an order.
I take it as an order. If my senior tells me to do something, it's an order. It's not a side comment.
Right.
In fact, there are no side comments in the military, as far as I know.
All right. This was not a military.
So how can it not be a military decision?
But exactly.
Ay wali. Gambia ndele bada badi bunkali alo nyaming nyaki lingo nyama dunumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbogo to wala nakale Gambian Talent TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo ko nyulle nata kantole kidimandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kali se wondi nyulle nata kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi woto wala tinna ngoybe Facebook le wala tinna ngoybe YouTube wala tinna o ngoybe fanna bela ndabadi bunka Gambian Talents.
Can you tell us when and where you were born, Miss Jallow?
I was born in Jarosoma, Mansakonko Clinic in 1996.
Can you tell us the exact date?
19th April.
19 April 1996. And what is it about your school?
Yeah, we went over this 1,000 times as I'm very bad with dates. But I was there from 2000 to 2003. And when it was time to start my primary school at grade 1, I, at the time, decided to go to an Arabic school instead. I had a brother that was sick, so I thought I would close earlier and I'll be able to take care of him. So I went to Sheikh Job Islamic School, which is in Barawuleng, behind Brikama, and I was there from 2004 to 2008. And then I proceeded to go to Kabafita Upper Basic School, so I did not attend English primary school. I tried to enroll in many schools, and I had to sit for an English and a maths test to get at least 80% to be able to get into an English school. And with studies and with mom and dad, I was able to get into Kabafita in the lowest class at the time because I did not have a background in any of the subjects in English. So I spent...
You can just slow down as you're speaking.
Okay.
But yes, please continue.
Okay. So I went to Kabafita from 2008 to 2011, from grade 7 to grade 9, and I became the head girl of Kabafita throughout my grade 9, and very active in drama, debates, and everything stage related. Then I went to Newsworth Senior Secondary School from 2011 to 2014. And in September of that same year, I started to attend the Gambia College.
I know from the outset you've mentioned that you're not very good with dates.
Yeah.
So I would just like to clarify one issue regarding when you attended Sheikh Job Islamic School.
Right.
I believe you said from 2004 to 2008.
2003 to 2008. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. You said you finished at Nusrat High School, and that would have been in 2014.
Yes.
And so that would have been grade 12.
Yes.
And thereafter you started at the Gambia College.
Yes.
What is that exactly?
A higher teacher's certificate. Yeah.
You mentioned that the reason why you decided to go take care of your brother. What do you mean by that? What was wrong with your brother, and why was the Arabic school a better option?
Right. So my brother was sick. He has ADDH, I think that's what it's called. And suffering, it was the closest to my brother. We have only 1 year apart. We were pretty close. And with English schooling, it involves after studies. It involves going for guidance and other extracurricular activities. But with the Arabic school, adding the fact that I was very enthusiastic about reading the Quran and I was fascinated by all that, it also closes around 2, and there's hardly ever extracurricular activities, so I can get home earlier and I can either wash him off or go look for him if he goes missing in the neighborhood, or make sure he eats. So I will spend the better half of the day with him because my mom was going to Carnifing for studies, so she will get home after 8 or like 9 in the evening. That was why that was convenient.
So from a very young age, you were responsible for taking care of your brother. That's right.
Yeah, partly.
Can you tell us when you started English school, what happened to your brother after that?
So my dad decided to pay someone who would be at home to take care of him. So it was like a guard and then a helper. And that happened before I even chose to go to English school. So when I looked around again, I said, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do if I finish Arabic school. I don't want to be a teacher, an Arabic teacher, or so I want to work in an office at that age, or whatever concept I had about being an English student instead of an Arabic student. So I went to my dad and then I told him, oh, remember I said that I wanted to go to Arabic school? Yes, I've changed my mind now. I want to go back to English school. And he did not hesitate. He did let me.
So you said that one thing that you wanted to do was work in an office.
Right.
And eventually in 2014 September, you started the higher teaching certificate course at the Gambia College.
Right.
At that time, you were 18 years old, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us when was the first time you heard about the 22nd July pageant?
I had the pageant early on, in around when it just started. I remember watching it in my older mom's, my dad's first wife's house with the rest of my siblings. And I saw students from the University of the Gambia, and I think it was either around the time that Face of Afisel happened. Was it before or after? I'm not sure. But it was around that time. And I thought it was great. I watched it. We would stay in the house until 3 in the morning because the show went on for that long. And yeah, and I said I would do that if I get the chance to. I mean,
and what were some of the from watching the pageant, what were that your interest?
Presented their various institutions in academia. And also debates and drama and competition. And they represented the best of what any female student could remember. The poetry, I could remember the empowering sight to see, and all these women had platforms on different issues about early teenage pregnancy, about HIV and AIDS, about FGM, about going back to the farm. And so they were topics that were of interest to national development, and that was also a driving force. But most importantly is the concept was, at least how I saw it, was, oh, you're great and you're good and you're the best of what we can take from your institutions to say, and we give you a platform and you tell us what you want to do, and then we further your education, we further whatever it is that you want to do. So that was the driving force, yeah.
So essentially you saw it as an opportunity to further your interest as well as education.
Yes.
Did you know any of the people who had participated in any of the pageants, any of the previous contestants?
I know about a few up close, but my sister at the time, who's way older than me, there's a huge age gap. Most of her friends from either Newsred at the time or either from the organizations that she was in, whether it was NAPSA and all of that. I saw them there, and I did sometimes used to see them come visit my sister at home, so I was familiar with their faces. And about 4 to 5 of them that I've seen. The rest, not so much. I lived in Brikama, and I hardly come to the combos. But they really represented whatever institution they were coming from, and they were really portrayed as the face of that institution or school or tertiary, yeah.
Do you hear anything about what happened to any of the contestants in terms of
face-to-face or word of mouth? It was right in the advertisements that were on GRTS, whether the Minister of Education at the time, and there have been people that get to go and study up to PhD level, and all of that is taken care of. You choose whatever school you want to go to. And these people, some of them have even come back to the country to serve in various positions. And I think whatever else I heard from people was just a reiteration of what the advertisements were showing. So, but it wasn't anyone that I know of that participated that ever engaged me as to what they got or what their benefits were.
Do you eventually participate in this 22nd July pageant?
Yes, I did. Between the November and December, but I would say November of 2014.
Can you tell us what led to your participation? Like what, well, you've told us what motivated you to have interest in the pageant,
right.
But what actually led to your to the process of you putting yourself forward as a contestant?
Right. So to put it in context here, when I finished high school, more of an English written and literature kind of a student. I've always been very bad at maths, still very bad at maths, so I didn't not get the credit score on maths to go to the university. So in between, my going to college was a hassle. My mom and my dad had to sit me down for days because I thought I don't want to go to Gambia College, I want to go to a university. Or I would rather sit home, and she just kind of pointed out, oh, it's just for the meantime. Instead of sitting home, just go. And at least there's something you're doing, and then you can sit for the private exams for maths, which I still told her that I will still not pass, but again, perspective. And so when I was going to Gambia College, when I started, it was really me waking up every day, going there, but saying that I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here. So I was really thinking about other things, about Ibunja Theater was a huge interest for me to
nkawale lamoy wante wati nkawale jubeo nte jawaro ngoe badi bunka Gambian Talents TV solemu mbeji mbetema ko sunkalango ngoe ko mbeji mbetema ko min sunkalango taj.
It wasn't in my present moment because we didn't have GRTS at the house when we moved because my mom had moved out of the main compound, so I wasn't following up anymore. But I met girls who were at the college at the time who met with me after I was presenting in an English class, and they told me, hey, you should represent us at the Miss July 22nd. We have this coming up. The Gambia College has never won, and I think you would be a great representative. And I said, oh, that's still going on. She's like, yes. Then she's like, oh, you don't have to do anything. Just give me your name, and I will drop it off at Mrs. Carlos, who was training us at the tertiary school level. So that is how it was reintroduced to me, and that is how my name was put into the ballot to participate to represent the Gambia College.
So at that point, if I understand you correctly, rehearsals or activities had already begun?
No, it hasn't at this point.
Okay.
Yes, but other people, most people have already put in their names, but they did not have someone from the School of Education. So they had someone from nursing in Banjul, they had one from the School of Agriculture and all the other departments, but they didn't have one for School of Education. So when I put my name in, that is when rehearsals started, but I did not go to the rehearsals that followed. I forgot about it again. Yeah.
You mentioned is it Carlos or
Madame Carlos?
Madame Carlos.
Yes.
Who was responsible for training?
Training, yeah.
What kind of training are you referring to?
With our platforms, and also with etiquettes, table etiquettes. I remember we went to the lunchroom of the college and how to use a fork and a knife. She was a very sweet but very strict lady. And also on stage presence and how to present an idea. Basically everything surrounding pageantry. Yeah.
So when you talk about rehearsals, is this what you're referring to as well, or was there something different about those rehearsals?
This is part of it. We will basically do it in a classroom that was available in the college.
And how long did your rehearsals take?
I came in after they've already had like 3. It all happened in a very short span. November? Yeah, but it all happened in a very short span. And I came in on the 4th rehearsal, and that is because I met this same group of girls again. Like, oh, we have not been in Wolof. We have not been seeing you. Come around. The rehearsals have started. I said, oh, I forgot. Is it going on? They said today at 4, and we are going there because I was already heading home, coming out of the campus. And then I followed them, and then we went in there. That was the First day I met some of the girls that were also there to compete. And I met Madame Carlos too there on that day. And that's when I started my rehearsals. So we did this for not long. I can't remember the exact number of times that we rehearsed before the preliminary round.
Ay wali Gambia ndele bada badi bunkali alo nyaming nyaki lingo nyama dunumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talents TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo nyulle nata kantole kidimandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kalise wondi nyulle nata Kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi oto wala tinna ngoebe Facebook le wala tinna ngoebe YouTube wala tinna o ngoebe fanna bela ndabadi bunka Gambian Talents Warning TV boy ngoe wate wati nkawale la moy wate wati nkawale jube ndajawaro ngoe badi bunka Gambian Talents TV solemu mbeji mbetema ko sunkalango ngoyeko mbeji mbetema ko min sunkalango taj ay wali Gambia ndele bada badi bunkali alo nyaming nyaki lingo nyama dunumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talents TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo nyulle nata kantole kidimandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kali se wondi nyulle nata kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi oto wala tinna ngoebe Facebook le wala tinna ngoebe YouTube wala tinna o ngoebe fanna bela ndabadi bunka Gambian Talents Warning TV boy ngoe wate wati nkawale la moy wate wati nkawale jube ndajawaro ngoe badi bunka Gambian Talents TV solemu mbeji mbetema ko sunkalango ngoyeko mbeji mbetema ko min sunkalango taj ay wali Gambia ndele bada badi bunkali alo nyaming nyaki lingo nyama dunumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talents TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo nyulle nata kantole kidimandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kali se wondi nyulle nata kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi oto wala tinna ngoebe Facebook le wala tinna ngoebe YouTube wala tinna o ngoebe fanna bela ndabadi bunka Gambian Talents Warning TV boy ngoe wate wati nkawale la moy wate wati Nkawale jube nda jawaro ngoe badi bunka Gambian Talents TV solemu mbeji mbetema ko sungalango ngoe ko mbeji mbetema ko min sungalango taj ay wali Gambia ndele bada badi bunkali alo nyaming nyakili ngo nyama dunumata la fulanda na kuka to makara la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talent TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo nyulle nata kantole kidimandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kali se wondi nyulle nata kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi oto wala tinna ngoebe Facebook le wala tinna ngoebe YouTube wala tinna o ngoebe fanna bela ndabadi bunka Gambian Talents Warning TV boy ngoe wate wati nkawale la moy wate.
So again, that was related to us by the Separan, Auntie Aisha, me and the girls. We were dressed and then we went to this event. We were there, Pageant, dancing and having fun, and we had a table to us. We were there. This picture, January 10th, was taken at 3:31 a.m. So there's an event that happened after the first visit, in between, before the second visit. Just so, and in this event, all the girls went, and the same landing picked me up and all the other girls to go for this event as well.
Being that it was the 10th of January, had you already resumed classes or school? Because you were at the Gambia College at that point.
Should have been. No, I can't recall January, no.
What you recall is that there is a photograph of you at around 3:31 a.m. What else happened after that particular event? Or before that?
Right.
Were you invited as guest, or did you have to do anything specific during that event?
No, again as a guest, yeah.
So what happened next? What is the next event after that?
There was an event I had at the college, and so that was January 14th. So January 30th, there is event that.
Sorry, what was the event on January 14th at the college?
I had a speech there. I cannot remember, but it was an outdoor event that took place. I don't remember what exactly, but I know I was there. Yeah.
Please continue. You were talking about the end of January.
1 second. So, January 14th, after January 10th, when the Pageant event happened, I met the president for the second time on January 14th, because I took this picture at 7:13 p.m. on this day.
So that would have been your second private meeting with the president, is that correct?
Right.
Can you tell us how that came about?
The same driver came to pick me up.
Did you receive a phone call prior to that?
Sorry?
Did you receive a phone call prior to the driver coming to pick you up?
Right. So the weekend before that, I had finished editing that part to include the provinces and the schools that I wanted to be part of it. So I had left Jimby a message. So Jimby has a no-caller ID that she normally calls me with, but she also has a private number, even though she has her own number that she hardly uses. So, and if you call her, you either don't get her or she hardly picks up that phone, but she will call you with her no caller ID. Or if you call her on her direct number, she will hang it up and she will call you with the no caller ID. So I had left her a message, a text message, to tell her that I am done doing that, putting in the editing they wanted me to do, and what should I do next, right? So I think she received that message that weekend, and then she got back to me for this January 14th. And she asked me to come. It was the same Langding who came to pick me up at home after 7:13 p.m.
So the purpose of this second private meeting was again to discuss your project.
Right.
Was it obvious to you whether you would be meeting Jimbe alone or the president as well prior to arriving at State House?
I knew prior to arriving, even though she didn't say it, but going by what happened the last time, I assume it's the same, and he's the one who asked me to edit it. So if I'm taking it back, it would be to him or he will be there. So this time around, I knew that I was taking it to him.
So you would have arrived at State House somewhere after 8 p.m.?
Yes, let's say.
Okay.
Right.
Can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
Same routine. We passed through the gate and the second one. But this time around, King Papa did not come to open the door, and it was not at the same place that we had gone to the first time. This other house room was closer to the entrance on the left, and we did not have to go through stairs. But we passed a corridor, and I could remember there was what do they call them? Parrots. There were 2 parrots in a cage, and I remember Jimmy calling their names. I can't remember anymore, but we passed the carrot cage, and there was a door, and we went into that house. Again, a living room, different chairs, different decorations, and but this time around it had pictures, family pictures on the walls of his son and his daughter and the wife at the time. Those pictures were also there. So the TV was also on. I think this was the day there was wrestling between there was a Senegalese wrestling, a major wrestling that he was watching. Again, this time around he was not having the big ngaram boob on, but a lesser one, the Ngenso one. The last piece that you have is what he had on, and the pants that he was wearing. So he looked way smaller than he actually is, and he's not wearing a hat like the first one. And I don't know if me staring at him, he kind of miscalculated that at that point, at some point, because I would actually stare into his head, right? Because I was just fascinated by how the persona, like, it's just so different, right? But again, I grew up my whole life seeing a big ngarambuba and a hat and a knife on top of a TV, on top of a car, you know, and then now it's just this head that looks like a football and just, you know, so I couldn't say it directly, but that was something that was happening that I was doing and I was looking at. But then, yeah, he was very much into the body, you know, and judging who he thinks is this and it's not that. And as we were sitting there, I was also there watching the TV. Jimby was also there. And he had a phone that was next to him. Most of the time, it always is. And he's on the phone, he's talking to somebody, and then in English, and then he hangs up, and then he picks another call. But the oddlies who were just outside the room will always let him know that there's a call to pick, and then he will pick the call up. And when he needed something, he would also call in. I hardly do hear what he is saying, but an oddly will walk in with a bottle of water and place it down, and the oddly will also walk in with a pack of cigarettes and place it down. So now this is the second visit, is when I am actually not like scared or anything, but I'm just so, it's like the veil is just unfolding. I was like, oh, okay, I wasn't expecting that, and I wasn't expecting that. I didn't know that you smoke, and why are you comfortable smoking in front of me, you know? And
ay wali Gambia ndele bada badi bunkali yalo nyaming nyakili ngo nyama dunu mata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemi tole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talent TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo kwe nyulle nata kantole kidimandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kali se wondi nyulle nata kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi wota wala tinna nkoebe Facebook le wala tinna nkoebe YouTube wala tinna o.
Right. But when you saw him, he appeared much smaller, seemed casual, didn't have his hat on.
Right.
I forgot to ask you a question before your arrival at State House.
Right.
Was there any kind of comment or input on what you should wear?
Yes.
To go and see the president?
Yes.
Tell us
so
about that.
This pickup, Jimbe came for this pickup as well. So when I came, I was, before this, what I was wearing on here, which is a blazer and a shirt and then a long skirt. I was wearing a dress because I wore a dress the first time that I went, a brown dress. So she said to me that, why do you like wearing male clothes, like older people clothes, that the cloth was big? And she asked if I could change the clothes and, you know, something more fitting to me.
By something more fitting, as in something more fitting to your body?
Yes.
So you had this conversation, was it the first time or this time, on the 14th of January?
So the second time is when we had this conversation.
The second time.
Right.
And so what about the 14th of January?
What do you mean by the 14th? We're talking about the 14th. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what did you do after she suggested that you wear something more fitting?
I insisted on what I was wearing. Yeah.
At that point, what was going through your mind when she tried to suggest what kind of clothing you should wear to go and meet the president?
In that moment, I think I was just a bit offended that she thinks I'm not stylish enough because mandama yakar dress bobu, right? And
you interpret that?
That I liked the dress. It was a favorite dress. Yeah.
So you felt offended, but you still maintained what you wanted to wear, which was that long dress. And you told us what happened when you arrived. You mentioned that at some point his wife called, or he called his wife.
Yeah.
And you said after that conversation, you thought, oh, I'm in her sitting room, and then you thought you went back to your own space. What do you mean by that?
The space of there is nothing inappropriate happening in a way, because the honest truth is I felt that was happening, not inappropriate to my body or sexually, but inappropriate for a president to be smoking in my presence. Yeah.
And so from everything that you've said, that appears to be a different residence, meaning the family residence, because you saw photos of the family on the wall, which is different from the previous residence that you described.
Right.
Can you tell us what else happened that evening in terms of the conversation that you had and anything else that happened?
So he asked me how much I have had for the budget for the project, and I told him it should be like around $60,000, and then I think he offered to increase that 60,000 wasn't enough, so $100,000 he will do for that project.
So you suggested a particular budget, 60,000, and
yes.
He increased that budget and said you should make it more. At that point, did anything else happen? Did he say anything else to you? Did he do anything else?
I think I made a comment about I will take it to the Ministry of Education, and then he said, oh no, so because I was thinking that I will get the money on that day to take it, so I will take the project to the Ministry of Education because I can't implement it without them anyways, because I need their connections to schools, and the letters will be written on their behalf and on behalf of a pageant of what they've organized. So when I said that, he said to me that the money would actually, he will call me to come and pick up the money, but so it means it wasn't there for that night, but he will call me to come and pick up the money. And yeah, I think he said something like it's like that I should slow down, because immediately he talked about it, I said that I was going to take it to the ministry. Yeah, we had that conversation too.
Apart from the discussions surrounding the actual project that you were working on, did you discuss any other issues that night?
That was the same night. He also said to me that he thinks that I am brilliant, that I'm able to pull this together in a very short span, and he offered that if I would like to work as a protocol officer at the State House. I thought it was a great offer at the time, but also I know that I have never worked in my life, and I do not have any experience of working anywhere, and it was nerve-wracking to me in that moment. I am very bad with capturing names or dates, so I figured it will not be a great idea to work at such a high office, knowing how clumsy I can be. So to me, I was telling him that that would be a great offer if I study and come back, and I don't mind serving the State House or the White House, but right now I will not be able to do that because I will not be able to live up to your expectations.
At that point, he knew that you were attending, you were still in school, you were attending the Gambia College.
Right.
And he had given you a lot of previous advice about focusing on your education and not being distracted.
Right.
Yet in the same vein, he was offering you a job as a protocol officer, which would have meant having to leave school in order to take up that position. Is that correct?
Yes.
When he made that offer and you declined, what happened next? Did he say anything else?
I think he understood. He said that, okay, that's I think he was okay with it. He didn't say much or get into the common statement of you're stubborn. Yeah.
And how did that that evening end?
It ended with Jimby left the room to go get the chef that I said came in with the food, and I think he was about to have his dinner. He hugged me that night too. Again, nothing nothing funny, but I guess looking at it now and not at that time, the fact that he was wearing a small genso probably is not the greatest time to hug, but there was no touching or anything inappropriate. And then I had him say that this was a productive evening. We have had so much on. We've talked about so much. And then I left for home again with the same driver.
So from what you've said, that evening you didn't feel anything strange? You didn't think there was anything inappropriate about your interactions?
At the time, yes.
How much time did you spend at State House this time? Well, at the residence?
It was way less than the previous one. It wasn't that late that day because we got there earlier. But 2 hours, maybe. Yeah. So it was a longer period because there was so much more happening, but also I got home earlier because we left home earlier.
So if you left home sometime after 7:30 and you got to State House somewhere after 8 p.m., 2 hours later would have been sometime after 10 p.m., so you would have gotten home around 11, after 11, is that correct?
Yeah.
After that, can you tell us what happened? What was your next interaction?
The next interaction was an official interaction that happened.
Sorry, just to clarify, you said the same driver dropped you off at home?
Yes.
And that would be Landing Sanyang?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Please continue.
So, okay, this is kind of like, so in between that, what happened was Jimby formally visited my home. So she called me that she wanted to come and see my mom and my family, to extend greetings and to congratulate them on my win, and if they were home. That evening, Mom was home, Dad was also at home, so Jimby came to the house. I'm not sure which driver brought her because the driver stayed in the car or not. I can't remember.
Do you recall if this was still in January 2015 or later than that?
No, it was still in January, between January and before the independence celebration, between there.
So sometime between January and February 18th. And from what you said, this is something she initiated because she called you and wanted to come to the house.
Yes.
Tell us what happened when she arrived.
She arrived at the house, greeted all the kids, ran out because she came in a big black car with the same number plate. Was it a plain number plate or the GG plate? But it was a number plate that will call attention to, you will know it's a government car or something like that. And all the kids came out, all my siblings and myself, because I just came from helping my cousin brother fetch water because we didn't have water at that time in the house. But it is our house. It is a home that my mom built before I ever thought of competing in the Miss July 22nd pageant. We had electricity already in the house. We had molded and painted the house. It was actually complete. The fence was quarter way, so it's not like all the way up at this time. But there was no water in the compound. So when Jimmy came in, there were pleasantries and greetings, and my mom invited her into the room, and she had a black book and a pen in her hand. They spoke, "Wolof, how are you?" She sat on the couch, my dad and my mom and myself. And she's like, "Well, I am here to say, that you have a great daughter and that you should protect her and that we really want her to further her education because we think that she would be a great asset," and almost most of the things that Yaya Jammeh had said, and that the president is actually very proud of her. And she would like it if she concentrates on her education and not be distracted by men or other issues, but to actually be a productive part of society. That's what Jimbe was relating.
She kept saying we. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And what did you understand by we?
I'm trying to make sure that I talk in that moment and not on my knowledge of now. At that time, I don't know how I felt about the we, if I was understanding it from we the government or we as in him and Jammeh as a team. I wasn't sure how I interpreted that at the time.
So continue to tell us about that conversation that she was having with you and your parents.
She talked about that and also reiterated that if I'm really serious about my studies, that they really want to help me continue my studies and do my studies. Mind you, before this, I've never had the conversation of the studies with Jimby or the scholarship or where I want to study at this point. They did that, and my mom also thanked her and said, thank you for coming, thank you for all that you do. This is really great. And if she can get scholarship to go and study, that's fine. She's my firstborn, and I am very strong with education. I myself, without scholarship or sponsorship, I'm able to take myself through college and university and all that, so that would be nice. And Jimby said, yeah, sure, let's see how her project does. My dad also weighed in and thanked her, and Jimby then started to walk out of the room because there's a long corridor. She didn't on that day give my parents anything or give me anything or, as a way of saying thank you. That did not happen. It was all word of mouth exchange. When Jimby stepped out of the house, my cousin brother was coming from the tap at the time with a wheelbarrow and bottles of water on it, because we used to go and fetch at a home opposite us that had tap at the time. We didn't because we just moved in. And I think my mom even applied at some point, but it takes forever for them to respond or bring in the water. So when Jimmy stepped out and saw my brother with the water, she said, oh, you guys do not have water here? I said, no, water has not been instilled. So she said, okay. Jimby went to the side with her phone. She made a call. I'm assuming she made a call to reach the president at the time. Then whether she called back the president or the president called him, I don't know who called who, but Jimby gave me the phone to answer. But while she was on the phone, I could hear her say, Excellency, Excellency again. And as soon as I heard that, I knew that it was the president that she was talking to. So she gave me the phone to talk to him. And I took the phone, and he said, hello, you full of girl. Again, he got into the jokes of tribal jokes and how are you, Jimby? We came to visit the Jolas. Your fathers came to visit you today, as in the jovial relationship between Jolas and Fulas, that our fathers have come to visit us. And at this point now, I also call him Sir Excellency, because that's what I hear everybody call him. And so I wasn't calling him Oga. I wasn't that psychopathic or fancy. I was not calling him Daddy or Scholarship Chief in Master. I wasn't calling him any of that. I was calling him Sir Excellency because that's what I picked up from Jimby, and Jimby is closer to him. So if Jimby calls him that, it is only appropriate that I call him that. And he did answer to that as well. So he went on to say that he did hear that we do not have water, and that he will take care of it. That was it, that he will take care of it. So that phone call ended. There were greetings and pleasantries, and then Jimby went home. And then water came in sometime sooner than one would anticipate, I guess. Yeah.
And what do you mean by that? Was that a matter of days or weeks or months?
I don't think it's up to months.
You can't look elsewhere for an answer. just from what you recall, was it a matter of days or a matter of weeks?
I would say weeks.
Of, like, who came to install water?
The National and Electricity Water.
NAWEC.
Yes. Okay. NAWEC installed the water, so, but they started with the digging first. They digged in, and I remember my, who was it? I have an auntie who was home who was like, no, do yaga nañu la wax na ngeen dugal ndox bi fii nii ngeen fii di jël ay at. So, so it means it was faster, it came faster. They digged, put in the pipes, and then installed the water at the house.
And who paid for that?
Sorry?
Who paid for the installation?
I did not see the invoice for the installation. I did not see where it was given. The information I got on it is that it will be taken care of. So I'm assuming it is paid for by the president or Jimby, or it was loaned, or whichever happened. I do not know the money transaction that happened there.
So after that visit from Jimbe, and then sometime later, could have been a matter of weeks, NAWEC installed running water at your home. What happened next? What was the next interaction that you had with either Jimbe or the president or State House in any sort of form?
The next interaction was a festival in Kaninlai that was called the Farmers Market something. So the idea of this event was farmers in the region were to bring their product and their produce to the similar to the Makati Square of Banjul that is in Kaninlai. It is in the residence of the State House. That they will display their products, and the president will take a look and will help them kind of buy off their products. So that is what the event was, and we were to go there. I remember it was a bad day of a cousin sister of mine that I was attending, but then I rushed home. I packed my bag because they said that we were going to spend 3 days at State House. On this trip, landing did not take us. A bus took us. A bus from one of the ministry was used, ministry of something. I think if I look in the pictures, I'll see the name of the ministry on the bus. I do not know the driver, and I've never met the driver. And I was the last person to be picked up. So the bus went for the girls who lived in Bakau and Kanefing and Serakunda, and I was the last one to be picked up. And I remember the girl from Armitage traveled all the way from Armitage to the Combos to also be part of that event. Oh no, she didn't come to the Combos, she traveled from Armitage to Kaninlai, so we met there. So yeah, I jumped on the bus, and then we went to, again, I can vividly remember this was school days, because I know that I missed it. We went to Kaninlai, and when you get into the main gate of the Kaninlai, before you get to the gate, on your right is the field where the events happens, and then you open a gate where you go into the premises of the Kaninlai State House. And when you go further, there's it's like a compound, and it has a fence on your right, and there's another compound on your left that also is a compound, but it is the president's residence. And on this side is it has houses and homes, but it looks like a boarding school setup, but in a bigger way. So when you got in, there's a big house, and when you walk down the hall, there's a bedroom on left and the right. 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, then you have a washroom. 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, and then you have a washroom. And so this is where we were based. This is where we got to. And there was a house that I would say it's almost this size, and there were big queen-size beds inside the house that was enough for all of us as the girls to stay in that house. And on the adjacent side of that was a similar one where the protocols were living and had to spend the night in. So this is where we settled in, and so the event started on February 2nd. Oh no. January 29th is when we got there. And then we spent January 29, January 30th, and January 21st in Kanilai. Right. So on the first day was the display of the fruits by the farmers. So we were home most of the times. When we got up in the morning, that is the first time I actually was able to know which protocol was kind of who or who was related to who. I remember meeting Ndei, who was said to be Jim's sister. I remember seeing again the same Aisha Barry, who picked protocol at the time, who was also, okay, I forgot the names, I wouldn't say. But the assistant chief of protocol, who was a female at the time, she also lived in that room. So we lived in this room with our shepherd, Auntie Aisha, and we spent the night there together all these 3 days. As the first day was the display of farmers market, the second day was a relief gate on our compound. We went into the next one, and on the outside, before you get into the residence of the president, there were all groups of religious, what will they call it, Gamo groups that do sikar, and you know, so there were chairs and ministers were supposed to sit in the front, and we were right behind the president, me and the other girls, but me on the first chair as usual. So, but at this point, what has been sifting or I've been calculating in my head was, in public, the president really almost did not know my name, and I've already interacted with him twice personally before all this. But in Kanilai and in events in between this meeting and not meeting was like if you passed us, he would engage with almost everyone, and for me it would be like, oh TOUFAH FATOU. You know, there was a sense of forgetfulness, a portrayal in public that he did not know me in a way, and that kind of confused me a little bit. And even when he's coming to see the King Papas, and the orderlies will have his bag that they'll put next to him, and he would not, King Papa will not also even look the area I am seated at, and Jimbi also will engage all of us, of course, in a very nice way, but not to show any sense of I know her or I don't. So that is why I know, or I believe, that most of the girls, of course, who say they do not see what they see, or they do not see, in fact, any form of closeness, why that tactic at the time, willfully being played by Yaya Jammeh, did achieve that, right? So I sat behind him, and the chairs were supposed to be filled by ministers, and they were not filled. I think the Gamo people went on, and there was video being taken, until a while the protocols realized that the ministers were not coming to join that, or whoever was supposed to take those main seats in the front. Then they asked us to move to the front. So that's when we moved to the front. So now I am sitting to the chair next to the president on the right hand side, and then followed by the girls as we were in sequence of winners. And we were there, and I remember me and the girls making the jokes when they told us to go in the front. I'm like, oh my God, because in the back we were so sleepy. This is about 3 in the morning. And at least if you're in the back, you can kind of doze off or snooze or jinko and all that. But if you're in the front, all the cameras are right in front of you can't. So there's this just being a miscomportment that one had to do for hours, and he clearly was enjoying the whole, you know, and that's what happened that night. And no one can leave until he leaves. He left like after 4 in the morning to go pray. He left to go and pray Fajr, so it must be after 4 somewhere. So when he left, and we were all like, thank God. And then we all moved again and went to the next compound where we stayed, and then went to bed. Yeah.
So we'll leave it at that for now because it's time for the lunch break. And then when we come back, you can continue your story, and then I will ask you some follow-up questions.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Ms. Jallow. We will take a 1-hour break and come back at 2:30. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Mbetema kosungalango ngoyeko mbeji mbetema kominsungalango tai Gambia ndele bada badi bunkali alo nyami nyakili ngo nyama dunumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay walimbe mintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talent TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo kwe nyulle nata kantole kidimandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kali se wondi nyulle nata kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi oto wala tinna ngoebe Facebook le wala tinna ngoebe YouTube wala tinna o ngoebe fanna bela ndabadi bunka Gambian Talents Warning TV boy ngoe wate wati nkawale la moy wate wati nkawale jube ndajawaro ngoe badi bunka Gambian Talents TV solemu mbeji mbetema kosungalango ngoyeko mbeji mbetema kominsungalango tai bunkali alo nyami nyakili ngo nyama dunumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay walimbe mintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talent TV nyulle nata
musallina subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifuna wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin amin.
Amin. Shukran, Imam Jallow. Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Lord God Almighty, the Lord of the universe, you whom all power belongs, you who subdues all diabolical spirits throughout the whole world, those of us sitting here in the TRRC submit ourselves under your rulership, leadership, under your direction and your protection. We continue to ask that you will grant this commission the discerning power to be able to discern between truth and falsehood. And we also ask that all witnesses who will present themselves here in the TRRC will have the fear of you and will come here and will speak the truth, because nothing is hidden from you. And so, Lord, as we continue, Lord, we continue to ask for the patience of the people of this nation, that in your own due time you will grant us reconciliation, you will grant us reparation and your justice, will fall on those whom it is due. This we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Bishop, for your prayers. Council, are we ready with the witness for this morning or this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. Good afternoon, members of the audience. The witness is here. We are ready to proceed. May I ask that the officer bring in the witness, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Singate. Welcome back to the TRRC. Before you start, may I remind you that you're still under oath and that it is a criminal offense under the laws of this country to lie under oath. Could you confirm that?
Yes, sir, I do.
It is also an offense to lie before the TRRC. Could you confirm that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Yes, sir. When you last appeared before the commission, that was on Thursday, last Thursday, we were talking about the arrest and subsequent detention of the former deputy chairman of the AFPRC, Mr. Sana Sabali, together with the former interior minister, Mr. Sadibu Haidara. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
I would just wish us to recap a bit on the evidence, especially with regards to some of the areas that had been covered. And correct me if I am wrong in my characterization of the evidence thus far. You have accepted full responsibility for the execution of Lieutenant Basiru Barrow and Lieutenant Dotfal, and that this execution was part of a decision that was taken by members of the AFPRC Council, of which you were a part. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I accepted responsibility for those executions.
You also accepted responsibility as a commander who ordered the execution of Fafanyang, Basiru Kamara, and E.M. Sise at Yundum Barracks on November 11th.
Yes, sir, I did.
You also accepted responsibility for your role as a member of the AFPRC who discussed, agreed, and decided on the execution of soldiers who were captured at Yundum Barracks, and also for your role in participating in the actual execution of soldiers at Yundum Barracks. I would give out the names. These include Jibril Sey, Lieutenant Jibril Sey, Lieutenant Abdoulaye Ba, alias Achopin Chopin, Lieutenant Modou Lamin Dabo, Cadet Amadou Silla, Lieutenant Bakari Mane, alias Nyancho, and Lieutenant Buba Jame.
Yes, sir, I did.
In essence, Mr. Singate, you have confessed participation through different levels of criminal responsibility for the unlawful execution of 11 members of the Gambia National Army.
Yes, sir, I did.
And these would be Lieutenant Basiru Baro, Lieutenant Abdoulaye Dotfal, Sergeant Fafa Nyang, Sergeant Basiru Kamara, Sergeant E.M. Sise, Lieutenant Jibril Sey, Lieutenant Abdoulaye Ba alias Achopin Chopin, Lieutenant Modu Lamin Dabo, Cadet Amadou Silla, Lieutenant Bakari Mane alias Nyancho, and Lieutenant Buba Jame.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singate. So we now move on to Sana Sabali, his arrest and detention. And you were telling us that Jame was giving you information that Sana Sabali wanted to depose him. And on a particular day, Jame sacrificed a ram in State House. Could you take your testimony from that point onwards, the day in which you were in Jame's office, when Jame made the telephone calls to Sana Sabali requesting that he comes to his office? Take it from there, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. On that day, as I had mentioned, when we entered Jame's office, he told me that he would prove to me that Sana Sabali and Sadibu Haidara wanted to depose him.
Up until this point, you had not been given convincing evidence that Sana Sabali wanted to depose him. Is that the case?
As I recall, yes, that is the case. Yes.
Proceed, please.
Yes, sir. So he told me that he will call Sana Sabali, the then vice chairman, and Sana Sabali would not come to his office to answer to him in the absence of Sadibu Haidara. So he called Sana on the intercom, and he got him, and he told him to come upstairs, that he wanted to discuss something with him. Excuse me. So immediately that happened, Sana Sabali called Sadibu Haidara. Now, the way we got to know is very clear. The intercom has the names of all of the ministries with LED lights. And when two ministries or departments are speaking to each other, the two lights appear on. So immediately the chairman had put down the phone. Sana Sabali's light came back on, and Interior's light came on. So we knew that they were talking.
Were you able to establish who called who?
Yes, sir. It's that is simple, because the first light that comes on is the light of the phone that is active. And once you dial, once the other side picks up, then that light also comes on, and that means that there's an active call between them.
On this particular occasion, who called the other?
Yes. It was Sana Sabali who called the Minister of Interior, Sadibu Haidara.
Proceed, please.
Yes. So the lights were on, and obviously the conversation would have gone on for the duration of that time, not too long, a couple of minutes, and then the lights went off, meaning that they had put the phone down.
Did you have any further discussions with Yaya Jammeh as to what to do after you realized that these two had been in a conversation and that conversation has ended?
Yaya Jammeh told me, you see, I told you he's calling Sadibu Haidara to come. He would not come upstairs until Sadibu Haidara comes to State House.
And then what happened after that?
He called Sana again, and the same thing happened. Sana called Sadibu Haidara, and the telephone was, the conversation was terminated, and a few minutes after Yaya Jammeh called him again, but the conversation that we had was, you see, I'm telling you, they want to depose me, and he would not come unless Sadibu Hydra appears.
Apart from that, did you hold any other conversation?
With Jammeh?
Yes.
Just about the possibility of Sana coming with Sadibu Hydra and what they might do.
And?
Well, we agreed that they were going to come to try to depose Jammeh, then of course something had to be done.
Yes, and what was to be done?
Anyway, after the third time, if you would allow me, after the third time, Sadibu Hydra, the third telephone conversation, the third time that Yaya Jammeh had called, but bearing in mind that Jammeh was just one floor above Sana Sabali. The offices were not, it was just one floor between them. He just had to come up the stairs and then come and answer. And that did not happen until Sadibu Hydra came to State House. But what we discussed on how to mitigate it was to get the orderlies to have them arrested when they came into the corridor before they entered Yaya Jammeh's office. So the orderlies were briefed, the ADC, Captain Bajenka at the time, the orderlies, Bakari Kamara, Musa Jammeh, and the group of orderlies that were there were all briefed.
Who briefed them?
Well, we briefed them together, but I gave them the tactical instructions on what to do.
Which were?
Which were that we would be in the offices opposite, just outside Yaya Jammeh's office. You have the ADC's office and you have the private secretary's office. And we would be within these two offices and also the VIP waiting room, lying in wait. And when they come, we would have them arrested.
And how long did it take for them to arrive?
When eventually Sadibu Hydra showed up into State House, he came upstairs but went to the Vice Chairman's office, that was Sana Sabali's office. After a few minutes, they came upstairs together.
And then what happened?
Then I had them arrested.
Could you describe how that happened?
Yes, sir. As soon as they came into the corridor, we could hear them coming. I came out of the office that I was in. I cannot recall whether it was the ADCs or the private secretaries, but I was in one of them. I came out with my pistol, and I told Sana Sabali to halt. He was in front, and they halted. And immediately Bakari Kamara or the orderlies from the other offices behind came and seized their arms, hands, and kept them behind their backs and tied their hands, I believe.
And what happened after that?
Well, as soon as Sana Sabali was seized, I took his pistol. I took his pistol out of his holster, and I found that there was a round in the chamber, and the hammer was cocked all the way backwards, so it was ready to fire.
And was that unusual?
Well, sir, you don't go to anyone that you are not going to exchange live rounds with a weapon in that ready state, as far as I know and according to my training.
Do you know whether in fact Sana was also suspicious of you and Jammeh?
No, sir, I don't.
And if he was, wouldn't it be prudent that he put his weapon in a state that is ready to fire very quickly?
Absolutely, that is fully acceptable.
Proceed, please, and what happened afterwards?
So once once they had been fully disarmed, they were taken downstairs, but through Yaya Jammeh's office. and through the back door. They did not make eye contact with Jammeh. There was no contact or no conversation with Jammeh. I took them downstairs.
Was Jammeh there, in fact?
Yes, sir. He was in his office.
All right.
Yes, he was in his office. I took them downstairs. In the meantime, their orderlies were also arrested downstairs and around the State House compound.
And why was that done?
Well, I guess the belief was that if these two were involved, then perhaps the orderlies were also involved and informed, and in order to prevent a fight of some kind and loss of life, they had to be arrested.
And what happened after that?
I took Sana Sabali and Sadibu Hydra downstairs, I believe with a couple of the orderlies. There was a vehicle waiting, a pickup. They were put in the pickup, and that was the last I saw of them.
And what happened after that with regards to Sana Sabali and Sadibu, as far as you know?
As far as I know, they were taken to Mile 2 prisons. They were eventually taken to court and tried.
And what was the outcome?
They were convicted. Sorry, I believe Sadibu Hydra must have passed away before the end of the case. I believe so. I cannot remember exactly.
That was the case.
Okay, absolutely, yes. So Sana Sabali was convicted, and unfortunately Sadibu Hydra passed away.
And do you recall for how long Sana was sentenced to be in prison?
I think it was either 9 or 11 years, one of the two.
9 years, if I recall his testimony. And during that period, of course, he testified that he was tortured mercilessly.
During the course of the trial?
Prior to his trial.
Sorry, did you...
During his pre-trial detention,
okay,
he was subjected to a lot of torture.
Yes, is that a question?
Yes.
I don't know anything about the torture of Sana Sabali.
Did you expect it?
No, I didn't expect him to be tortured. What I did expect is perhaps maybe he'll be beaten here and there, but not really tortured to that extent.
Mr. Singate, in the Gambia National Army, what is their definition of torture?
It's the general definition of torture. But when I say beating, I don't mean torture on the level that had been described by Sana Sabali during his testimony. That is inconceivable. Now, a few slaps and a beating here and there is nothing compared. Even, I'm not subscribing to it. I'm not saying that it is justified. What I'm saying is that that one I could, ordinarily foresee, because even if I was in detention under that, I would expect the same. But I never conceived that he would have been tortured at the scale on which he testified here.
But when you participated in his arrest,
yes, sir,
you expected, you foresaw that he would be malhandled or manhandled or maltreated somehow by the forces.
Yes, sir. As in my testimony beforehand, I told you that even on bush exercises, if you're on one side and you are caught by the other, you are manhandled, and they will tell you that it is part of the training. You've got to expect it. If you are caught by the enemy, you've got to be able to...
Is there a realization in the Gambia National Army?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Is there a realization in the Gambia National Army that every human being has a right not to be tortured? Do you have that realization in the Gambia National Army?
So, like I testified beforehand, we did have workshops with the International Red Cross Society that were organized by Mr. Senghor. I met him when I was coming in to Banjul, and he did make sure that he took us all through all of these things.
But would I be accurate in saying that all those protocols, all those international laws were observed more in their breach, really? They were honored more in their breach than in their respect or in their observance?
Well, sir, you see, what actually obtains on the ground, if you are caught by the enemy and they're seeking information from you, they do have the tendency to ensure that they extract it by any means. Now, if you are not thoroughly trained to withstand a certain measure of pain and pressure, then you could easily give away vital information that will cost a lot of lives. And so in order to avoid that, we are trained that you will be malhandled or you will be tortured if you are caught. And as a matter of fact, that if you are, not to give any information away apart from your name, your rank, and your number.
Well, that is when you are fighting enemy forces, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And in that situation, you expect that out of the ordinary, the enemy forces may not comply with international law, would not comply with their international obligations. Isn't it the case?
Absolutely. That's why we are trained in that fashion.
But it is expected that within your own force, you would comply with the law. Isn't that an expectation?
That is how it should be. Definitely, I do agree.
But you are telling us that that is not how it was.
That is correct. It was not like that.
There was a culture of torture in the Gambia National Army.
I wouldn't express it like that, because I would like to say that there are a lot of fine officers, very disciplined officers, very good officers and soldiers that perhaps would not engage in this.
Torture was pervasive in the Gambia National Army.
What I do know is that when we are on bush exercises and you are caught by the opposite side, you do, even though it's an exercise, you do undergo some form of torture.
But what we have seen in this commission is that in every instance in which the Gambia National Army arrests its members in any allegations of coup d'etat or suspicions of coup d'etat, the subject is beaten mercilessly. That is what we have seen so far. On the basis of that, wouldn't you agree that torture is perhaps a modus operandi in the Gambia National Army?
I would agree that it is prevalent.
Thus, it is pervasive, it is a way of doing things in the Gambia National Army.
It has been, yes, sir.
Good. So, when you arrested Sana and Sadibu, you expected that they would receive a similar treatment?
Yes, but not as had been explained here. That one I never imagined.
Earlier on, when you testified on Thursday,
yes, sir,
I told you, I confronted you with the evidence of Mr. Dembanjai, who said that you and Jame planned the arrest of Sana Sabali. And you denied that his description of what happened was not correct. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, I do recall, but let me give an explanation.
Please go ahead.
You see, with regards to Dembanjai, I don't think anyone would have dared to discuss something so sensitive in his presence. Because...
Why would you say that?
Well, like the Wolofs who say, "Lameñ bi dafa ratax," you know, you will hear it somewhere else before it is even implemented. But it was not the case because there was no plan to arrest Sana at that particular time, as far as I know.
You're suggesting that as at the time, he claimed to have been present when he had you and Jame talking about the arrest, there was no such plan to arrest. Is that what you suggested?
Yes, sir, that is what I'm suggesting.
But do you realize that the day that he mentioned is just a few days apart from the day of his arrest?
That doesn't mean that it was mentioned on the day that he said.
Fair enough. But what I'm trying to say is that you therefore must have had only a few days to plan Sana's arrest.
There was nothing elaborate about the plan. It's not like...
Kantole kidimandi, nyulle nata, kantole nganyandi, nyulle nata, kali se wondi, nyulle nata, kali kunindi, nyulle nata, kali londi, oto wala tinna, ngoebe Facebook le, wala tinna, ngoebe YouTube, wala tinna o, ngoebe fanna bela, ndabadi bunka, Gambian Talents, Winning TV boy, ngoe wate wati, nkawale lamoi, wate wati, nkawale jubeo, ndajawaro ngoe, badi bunka, Gambian Talents, TV solemu, mbeji, mbetema, kosunkalango, ngoe ko mbeji, mbetema, kome sunkalango taj. Ay wali Gambia ndele bada badi bunkali alo nyami nyaki lingo nyama durumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talents TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo ko nyulle nata kantole kidimandi
the diaspora, and this is exactly what we set out to do. But in addition to that, we have
there was no such
specific
plan at all.
Absolutely not. I'm giving you a scenario to show you how easy it could have been for them to implement a plan of that nature.
Nyaki lingo nyama durumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talents TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo kwe nyulle nata kantole kidimandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kali se wondi nyulle nata kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi oto wala tinna ngoebe Facebook le wala tinna ngoebe YouTube wala tinna o ngoebe fanna bela ndabadi bunka Gambian Talents Winning TV boy ngoe wate wati nkawale lamoi wate wati nkawale jubeo ndajawaro ngoe badi bunka Gambian Talents TV solemu mbeji mbetema kosungalango ngoe ko mbeji mbetema kome sunkalango taj. Ay wali Gambia ndele bada badi bunkali alo nyami nyaki lingo nyama durumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talents TV nyulle nata Gambian Talents TV wo kwe nyulle nata kantole kidimandi nyulle nata kantole nganyandi nyulle nata kali se wondi nyulle nata kali kunindi nyulle nata kali londi oto wala tinna ngoebe Facebook le wala tinna ngoebe YouTube wala tinna o ngoebe fanna bela ndabadi bunka Gambian Talents Winning TV boy ngoe wate wati nkawale lamoi wate wati nkawale jubeo ndajawaro ngoe badi bunka Gambian Talents TV solemu mbeji mbetema kosunkalango ngoe ko mbeji mbetema kome sunkalango taj. Ay wali Gambia ndele bada badi bunkali alo nyami nyaki lingo nyama durumata la fulanda na kuka to makere la kasata ay wali mbemintole Gambian Talents TV mbo to wala kale Gambian Talents TV ñun le nata Gambian Talents TV wo ko ñun le nata kantole kidi mandi ñun le nata kantole nganyandi ñun le nata kali